Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Mushoku Tensei as Rudeus Greyrat. The playlist of the story is above, and make sure to support the author of the story in the description. And with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 31, I can't thank you enough for this, Rudy. Laws lowered his head and said, truly. Thank you. Silie bowed her head as well and said, thank you for saving me, Rudy. It's fine. I raised my hands and said, I was coming out to play in the forest anyway. Laws raised his head and chuckled. Coming to the dangerous forest to play. I guess Paul and Zenith weren't exaggerating when they said you were a genius. I frowned and said, I'm not a genius, Mr. Laws. I just work hard. After all, a real genius would have anticipated something like this happening. I should have realized that something was up already after I got attacked by Whitey in the forest. If Master Roxy was here, she would have placed down barriers all over and made sure that it worked against Whitey before leaving it alone instead of just thinking it was fine like me. And if that had happened, Silie wouldn't have been terrified and forced to suffer like that for a whole day. Damn it. Laws smiled and said, you are also as humble as they say. My frown deepened. But it would be rude to say anything in response to that, so I just kept quiet. Instead, I took stock of the situation. After picking up Luffy, or rather, Silie, and saving her from that weird bear. Seriously. That thing had like a giant glowy white core in its chest and then moved super fast. Not as fast as Dad when he got serious, but it was still pretty dangerous. Fortunately, it wasn't that scary or dangerous to me. I mean, it was a giant moving target after all. It might be fast, but Dad was faster, and I'd been hit enough times to build up my reaction speed. Not to mention that constantly using healing was a cheat that made me super OP in terms of physical skills and reflexes. Though not as OP as Dad. Freaking combat genius. You're supposed to get slower when you get older, not faster. But anyway, the bear wasn't that scary and the rescue mission was a success. Though the secondary mission of figuring out Whitey's. No. Considering that he tried to get a cute little girl killed, that name was too friendly. Let's call him. Well, he probably wasn't the devil. And demons were nice people like Miss Roxy, so that wouldn't work. Guess I'll stick with Whitey for now. If I ever met the guy in person though, I definitely needed to remember to come up with a name to tick the guy off for all that he tried to do. That and punch him in the face. What was I thinking about again? Oh, right. Whitey's motives. I didn't know what he was doing, but I did know for sure now that he was up to no good. Also, my barriers really weren't helping. Needed to tune those up with some holy mana now that I knew how that worked. Maybe plant a few of my mom's special trees too. And I needed to look into magic items to protect them from Whitey. Thankfully, there was probably going to be a reason to give gifts to everyone soon. Assuming Dad didn't royally screw up. I hope he didn't royally screw up. He better not have royally screwed up. No. Positive thoughts. PMA. Positive mental attitude. No need to stress about things you can't control. Right. Anyway, lots of things to do. For now though. I looked at Silie and said, are you going to take Silie home, Mr. Laws? Laws frowned. Silie looked up at her father and said, Father? Laws looked at me and then he looked back into the forest at the approaching village guardsman. He looked thoughtful and then said, Rudy. Do you think you could take Luffy out to play at your house? Father? Silie blushed and tugged at her dirty clothes. I need to change. I blinked. I don't mind, Mr. Laws. It had been a while since I met anyone my own age. And Silie seemed nice and pretty smart. Maybe I could come up with some fun games we could play using magic? But wouldn't it be better to take her home? Silie's mom is probably worried too, right? Laws shook his head and smiled. Thank you for your concern. But I'll tell her myself about Luffy. Besides, I'm sure that she'd be happy to hear that Luffy found a new friend. Sylphie blushed. Friend? You She turned to look at me and then poked her fingers together. Are we really? I laughed and said, of course we're friends. Well, unless you don't want me to be your friend? I paused. I guess it would be kind of weird dash. No! Sylphie immediately spoke up and shook her head. I do. I mean, let's be friends. An innocent and cute request. Seeing that, I couldn't help but smile. All right. Then we're friends now. Sylphie smiled back. Laws? Someone called out from the distance. One of the guardsmen. Laws narrowed his eyes. It was just a brief moment. Laws immediately relaxed and put on a smile. But I could tell. The guy was holding himself back. He was forcefully suppressing anger and irritation. It made me wonder what exactly went down. But I didn't want to get involved in the adult stuff if I didn't have to. Not to mention adults tended to look down on kids, and I'd probably just muck things up. So instead, I grabbed Sylphie's hand and started walking back home. Let's go, Sylphie. It's a long walk, but we can chat on the way back and get to know each other. What's your favorite color? Mine's red. Well, it's actually a toss-up between red and green, but I think that red's a pretty cool color. A little bit of it makes everything pop, you know? Really? Sylphie looked thoughtful and said, I guess that's true. It's like how wild berries stand out in the greenery, right? Error. Why yeah. Like that. I wasn't expecting her to seriously analyze my response. Was Sylphie secretly a genius too? Well, she did manage to survive a whole day in the forest by herself. And there were monsters too. Nah. It wasn't like she was some secret genius who was both smart and good with magic too, right? I mean, what were the odds of that? Liv. Paul leaned against the doorframe, staring out towards the forest. As he did, he frowned. Rudy's late. It was turning dark. The sun was already half below the horizon in the distance, and the orange sky now had streaks of purple across it. Lilia walked out from the house and stood beside Paul. Rudy will be fine, Moss, Paul. She blushed and said, my apologies. This will be a hard habit to break. Paul laughed and said, don't worry. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how it ended up like this too. Humph. Zenith scoffed and then snuck up behind Paul, wrapping her arms around his shoulder. Don't get a big head about it. If you start looking at any other women, I'm not the only one you have to worry about. Right, Lily? Lilia nodded. Yes, Zenny. She tucked a strand of her crimson hair behind her ear and gave Paul a sideways glance. A scoundrel who is greedy after all this time does not deserve a happy ending. Paul let out a nervous laugh. See, calm down you two. I'd never do that. He was already living the dream. Two beautiful busty women who loved him and were even willing to share. And did share for a bit just a couple of hours ago. Remembering that brought a silly grin to Paul's face. And then Zenith slapped him. Ow! Paul flinched and said, what was that for? For being a pervert. Zenith shoved Paul and stepped back. He staggered a bit and then turned around. I said I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was aiming higher than usual and dash. Zenith gave Paul a cold stare. He gulped and then bowed his head. Sorry. Please don't throw me out. I'll think about it. Zenith looked at Lilia and said, but spending a girl's night with just Lily is sounding pretty tempting right now. Lilia blushed. Paul looked between Zenith and Lilia and then pouted. Hey! I'm the man of the house here. That's not fair. Zenith crossed her arms and said, well, maybe the man of the house should have been more gentle earlier and double-checked where he was planting his sword instead of being all excited like a horn dog. That 100% wasn't Paul's fault. Lilia was the one who brought Zenith around for that part. But Paul knew when to stop pushing his luck. Not to mention he really did hurt his wife a lot recently. So instead of saying anything, he bowed his head and said, "Yes, ma'am." Zenith smiled and then walked over to pat his head. "Good doggy." Paul's heart pounded when she did that. Was this it? The so-called humiliation play. Zenith was usually submissive, but this side of her. Disgusting. Zenith reared back and then looked down on Paul. "Don't show that face around Rudy. If he picks that up from you, I'm divorcing you right away." Paul quickly nodded and cleared up his expression. "Understood." Zenith shook her head, seemingly exasperated. But the slight smile and warm gaze she gave Paul showed that she didn't really mind. Damn. Paul really owed his son a lot for this. He seemed a bit lonely, so maybe Paul should just work hard to get him some younger brothers or sisters. Hee. A smack on his head. Ow! Paul turned to look at Zenith. What? She blinked and said, "It wasn't me." Paul paused and then looked over at Lilia. Her hand was outstretched, showing that she was the culprit. But she also didn't have a shred of remorse or embarrassment. Instead, she calmly lowered her hand and said, "I will not forgive you if Rudy becomes a lustful villain like you are, Paul. I'll try to hold it back when he's around. But it's fine in bed, right?" Lilia blushed. "Oh, once in a while." "Yes." Zenith rolled her eyes and then looked out towards the forest. "You're right though. Rudy is taking a while to get back. Do you think something happened?" She looked back at Paul and said, "You mentioned that kids went missing, right?" She looked worried and said, "Rudy is fine, right?" Paul turned serious and thought about it. There was a strange mist in the forest preventing people from going deeper, and there had been a lot of magical creatures, but Paul took care of most of them. Not to mention that they were all weaklings. If that was all, then his son who had become a saint-rank magician should be fine. Especially since he was a saint-rank magician who could dodge Paul's attacks every 3 of 4 hits. Which reminded Paul that he seriously needed to start training again. Couldn't let Rudy catch up before he was even halfway to being an adult. But anyway, it should be fine if that was all. There was that strange mist though. It had been there when Roxy was around too, but she couldn't find anything off with it. It seemed harmless, but if the reason why a saint-rank magician couldn't find anything was that the source was stronger than the saint-rank magician. Paul rested his hand on the sword sheath at his left side and muttered, "Should I go check?" He wasn't sure what he could do if it was actually that strong. But at the least he'd be able to get Rudy out. He was confident in that at least. Even if it cost him his life. Zenith nodded. "I think we should." "I'll come with you." Lilia frowned and said, "I will come as well." "Huh?" Paul looked at Lilia and said, "But your legs are fine." Lilia cut him off and said, "They are still a bit weak, but it seems that the peaceful days in the countryside have helped them heal quite a bit. I am still not at the level I was, but I should be able to fend off some simple monsters." Zenith shook her head. "No way, Lily. What will Rudy think if you get hurt? And what about you, Zenny?" Lilia frowned. "You are Rudy's birth mother. If you get hurt, he will cry." "I know it. And you're the one who supported him all this time." Zenith grabbed Lilia's hand and said, "If something happened to you, he'd break down." Lilia hesitated. Paul looked between his wife and his. Well, his other wife wasn't quite the right word for it. Lover? Partner? Partner. Partner was a better word. Lover sounded like he just used Lilia for her body, and he definitely wasn't doing that. Anyway, Paul looked between the two women and shook his head. "No. You two stay here. I'll go take a look. Besides, if A gentle breeze blew, carrying a young girl's laughter. A young girl's laughter? Paul spun around and saw a young girl with light green hair and pointed ears land on the ground nearby. Her white hooded sweater and slightly tattered gray shorts shifted with the wind before settling down. The young girl tidied up her clothes and then let out a wide smile. Turning back to look at the sky, she cupped her and shouted, "I did it, Rudy!" Paul blinked. Rudy. He looked up at the sky as well. The moment he did, Paul saw a gray blur fall down and crash into the ground beside the young girl. "Oh, whoa. Need to work on landing." A familiar young boy's voice. Rudy's. He shook his left hand and then fixed up his gray scarf. After that, he looked at the young girl and said, "How did you land so gently, Silie?" "I don't know. But it was fun." She twirled around and smiled. "Rudy's a great magic teacher." Rudy let out a wry smile. "Yeah. I guess I am." He shook his head and then noticed Paul and the others. "Oh. Hey, Dad. Mom. Miss Lilia." He waved and said, "Sorry I'm late. But I brought a friend." "I can see that." Paul shifted his gaze to the young girl. "Silie, is it?" Silie reflexively ducked behind Rudy. But then she paused and stepped out. "You, She bowed her head. "And nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Greyrat. And my name is Silie. My father is Laws and Dash." "Wait!" Zenith stepped out from behind Paul and said, "You're Luffy?" Silphie's eyes widened and she nodded. "Why, yes." Zenith squealed and ran up to hug Silie. "By Mealy's, you're so much cuter than I thought. And you're Rudy's friend? That's great. How about you come live with us? You seem like a nice girl, and Dash." Rudy swept out his hand and sent a gust of wind, knocking Silie away from Zenith. After that, he sent another gust of wind and set Silie down next to him. "Stop that. You're scaring her." Silie immediately ducked behind Rudy, quivering in fear. Zenith blinked. "What did I do?" Paul chuckled and then gave Rudy a thumbs up. "Bringing home a girl already. Seems like the Greyrat blood's running strong, GRK?" Lilia sighed and dragged Paul inside by his collar. At the same time, she grabbed Zenith's arm and pulled her inside as well. "Lily? Wait. I want to talk more with Rudy's cute friend. You two are far too much." Lilia looked back at Rudy and said, "Have fun with your friend, Rudy. I will make sure these two do not interfere." All right." Lilia smiled and then slammed the door shut, taking Paul and Zenith inside with her. Silie blinked and turned to look at Rudy. "Did I do something wrong, Rudy?" Rudy let out a wry smile. "I think my parents are just happy that I finally have a friend." "Oh!" Silie blushed and lowered her head. "I'm happy too." Rudy smiled and then patted Silphie's head. "You're a cute girl, Silie. Please, never change." Hee. At that time, a pair of loud smacks echoed from the house. "I knew you'd be a bad influence on Rudy from all your flirting. Master Paul's shamelessness has become a bad influence. How could you?" Silie turned to Rudy and blinked. Rudy sighed. "Let's just play in the courtyard, Silie. Here, you said water mana felt easier to use, right? How about we try bouncing some water balls around?" Another smack. What was that for? Silie winced and turned to look at the house. Are they Dash?" "It's fine." Rudy grabbed Silphie's arm and said, "Let's go play by the tree. I think my parents need some time alone." Chapter 32, Young Child, A Pair of Geniuses. After chatting with Silie about random things for a while. Mostly our favorite foods, colors, and hobbies. For the record, Silphie's were honey, blue, and reading. She was fond of sweet things and she really liked blue because it reminded her of the sky. And she liked reading because she didn't have any friends and reading books let her pretend to be someone else. If I didn't have a reason to be Sylphie's friend after that, I sure did now. It was just too sad for a cute young girl to be spending so much time on her lonesome. Especially since she seemed to be a natural extrovert and was super bubbly when chatting with me. What was I thinking about again? Oh, right. So after chatting with Sylphie for a while and ignoring my parents, which now included Miss Lilia, thankfully, it seemed like my dad managed to pull it off. Though considering it was a clear path to the goal, I would have throttled him if he messed it up. Anyway, after chatting with Sylphie, Mr. Laws came by and had a chat with my parents before escorting Sylphie back home. Although not before extorting a promise for me to pick her up every morning and play since I was now her one and only friend. A promise that was triply enforced by my parents later that evening, saying that I had to take responsibility for my promises. Especially to innocent and naive girls. And both my mom and Miss Lilia. No, I suppose it was Mama Lilia now. Mama Lily? Mama Lily. Both Mom and Mama Lily gave my dad a pointed look as they were lecturing me about responsibility. So it was decided that I would spend my mornings playing with Sylphie, my afternoons training with Dad, and then my evenings playing with Sylphie again before she got picked up by her dad when he was done with work. I didn't mind. Sylphie was fun to spend time with. And she wasn't an annoying brat despite being a kid, unlike some of the other village children I'd bumped into in the past. Maybe that was why Sylphie didn't have any other friends. Food for thought. Anyway, Sylphie was fun to hang around with. But as I spent more time with her and played some makeshift games with her by teaching her some magic, I realized something. I seem to have a natural talent at jinxing myself. This is incredible, Rudy. Sylphie laughed and ran around, waving a makeshift wand I crafted for her from a fallen branch. I didn't have any magic stones to use like Master Roxy did for mine, but the branch was from the special tree I made for Mom, so it conducted mana just fine. Not that Sylphie needed help for that. I let out a wry smile and watched Sylphie twirl around giant streams of water before scattering them into rain. Rain that stopped in midair before turning into snow. Yeah. It definitely is incredible. It had been a few weeks now since I'd started up my new routines. And as always, we were playing by Mom's tree. Mostly so that Mama Lily Mama? Needed to get used to that still. Anyway, it was so that she could keep an eye on us while doing chores. And as always, I decided to teach Sylphie a bit about what I knew of magic before we started playing some makeshift games using mana. It was a good way for me to get in some magic training and solidify my foundations while Sylphie had fun and also got better with magic. A win-win. Except for one problem. Sylphie's way of using magic made no sense. I stared at the mana that Sylphie was using to cast her spell. It was blue, as expected. After all, it was water magic. But it wasn't threads. Whenever Sylphie waved her wand to cast a spell, she sent out her own mana, just like I did. And it had a unique color too. A weird greenish-blue hue. But unlike my mana that came out in threads, hers was a blob. A diffuse and intangible blob that floated around like bubbles. Bubbles that popped and then immediately did whatever she put her mind to. Sylphie tucked her wand into her sweatshirt pocket and then twirled around, holding her hands out to catch the snow. It's so pretty. She laughed and then ran over to grab my hand. Come on, Rudy. Let's dance in the snow. I sighed on the inside, but outwardly I smiled and let her lead me around. As you command, my princess. Sylphie let me go and then giggled. Since when did Rudy become a knight? When my dear friend became a magical princess who could call in the snow. I paused and said, Aren't you cold though? Sylphie blushed and said, Not when I'm with Rudy. I frowned. That's no good. I waved my own wand and dismissed all of the snow, turning it back into ambient mana. Ah. I shook my head and said, It'd be bad if you got sick. Sylphie huffed and said, It would be fine. My parents wouldn't mind. Yeah, but mine would. But anyway. I rubbed the back of my neck and said, You really have a knack for magic, don't you? Sylphie shook her head. Only because Rudy is such a great teacher. And also because Rudy taught me how to see mana. She looked around and said, I never knew the world was so colorful. While Sylphie was happily twirling around and taking in the sights, I quietly muttered. I didn't though. She was a genius. Probably more than Master Roxy. No. It wasn't fair to compare them since Sylphie had a better head start with me here. But anyway, Sylphie was definitely a genius. One of those crazy people who just had an intuition for mana and a natural creativity for magic. For example, that seeing mana thing she mentioned? I didn't teach it to her. I didn't give her that fancy magic circle I gave to Master Roxy to let her see mana. Sylphie did that herself. After I let it slip that I could easily move mana around and cast spells because I could actually see mana, Sylphie stared into space for a while lost in thought, and then she could suddenly see mana. And it wasn't a fluke or imagination. I tested it out very, very, very thoroughly. Asking her the color of fire mana, water mana, wind mana, even my recently acquired holy mana. And she scored 100% on each color. I guess some people were just built different. I felt kind of bitter at that. Here I was thinking I was special for managing to figure out mana sight, but Sylphie just pulled it off like that after thinking about it. No. I shouldn't be envious. And I shouldn't treat Sylphie like she was special either. Having a big ego and thinking you were a genius were both dead ends. Instead, let's encourage her. Right. If Sylphie managed to make things work just by thinking it was possible, I should see what else was possible. Maybe I was approaching magic in the wrong direction. It could definitely be logically broken down and rationally analyzed, but it seemed like there was definitely a whimsical and imaginative aspect to it as well. Which would explain how I made Mom's tree and the magic circle for Master Roxy. Wait. Rational. Imaginary. And if magic spells were like math formulas, then... Yo! My dad's voice called out. You kids done playing? It's time for Rudy's sword lessons. Oh! Sylphie stopped looking around and then turned towards my dad. Mr. Paul. Sorry for keeping Rudy. My dad walked out from the gate of our house and headed over. As he did, he waved his hand and said, Nah, don't worry about it. Rudy needs some time to be a kid too, or else he'll be too serious and grow up too early. I frowned. And what's that supposed to mean? See? My dad pointed at me and said, he's already talking like an adult. My frown deepened. Sylphie giggled and then said, well, that's what makes Rudy cool. Oh ho! My dad turned towards me and raised an eyebrow. A cute girl thinks you're cool, son. What do you think about that? I think that my dad's a busybody who should stop looking at the world in terms of beauties, boobs, and booze. My dad blinked and then he laughed. You got me there. Sylphie tilted her head, thinking. Boobs? I froze. My dad froze as well. Sylphie turned towards me and said, what do you mean by boobs, Rudy? I know beauties and I know booze, but I haven't heard about that. Is it something adults like? I glared at my dad and held out my left hand, conjuring a crimson clay sword. I whipped it towards him and pointed it at his head. This is your fault. My dad grinned and pulled out the wooden sword at his right side. Resting it over his shoulder, he said, asterisk my asterisk fault? Whose mouth did those words come out of, And who do you think I learned them from? My dad paused and then started to sweat. You Not me, right? Who else would it be, Dad? Arg! I charged and swung my sword at his head. He easily parried it and then laughed. Glancing at Sylphie, he said, Zenith and Lilia finished lunch inside, Sylphie. You can go ahead and eat with them. Rudy and I. Well, it seems like my dear son has a lot on his mind right now. Shut up and let me hit you, damn it. I growled and kicked forward, swinging my sword low to smack his shins. Hey! No using grown-up words. My dad pulled off some fancy footwork and spun around my sword before smacking my head and knocking me to the ground. Gah! I pushed off and tried to pounce back on my feet. But before I could, a boot pressed my head back to the ground. PH. PH. Freaking dash. Damn it. I hate geniuses. It's not freaking fair. Stupid dad. Just wait. Another 2 years. Just you wait until I figure out how to do the same mana empowerment thing you're using, you cheater. Sylphie's voice echoed. Are you sure it's okay to do that to Rudy, Mr. Paul? Meh. He'll be fine. Rudy's a tough kid. He doesn't need me to take it easy on him anymore. Right, Rudy? PH. I'll beat you up. I promise. I'm going to figure out how to smack that grin off your face if it's the last thing I do, Dad. See? Okay, Mr. Paul. Then I'm going inside. Good luck, Rudy. Nice. He'll need it. Small footsteps echoed. And as they did, I felt Sylphie's presence fade away into the distance. When it was gone, my dad stepped back, taking his boot off my head. I blasted myself back to my feet with a gust of wind and spat out the dirt in my mouth, glaring at him. I hate you. Lots of people do, Rudy. My dad laughed and then held out his sword. Now dash. I kicked forward again, swinging my sword at a blinding speed. A basic attack from the sword god style, similar to Aido. My dad laughed and stepped to the side. Pretty good, but a last-minute change. Before my sword struck, I stomped on the ground and forcefully adjusted my attack. Melding the speed of the sword god style with the flowing Tai Chi-like style of water god, my sword whipped out to stab his chest. Ho! But it was easily blocked. My dad stepped back and said, "That's a pretty nifty idea. HM. So if you go shing and swish, but combine the two into a swish. Wait. Wait, wait, wait. My eyes widened and I quickly stepped back, recovering my stance. I forgot. I completely forgot that my dad was a genius. I forgot that he was a genius and pulled off a combination technique I was keeping as a trump card to catch him off guard. And now he saw it. Which meant... My dad grinned. Let's try this out. A sudden blur. It was a straight line. My dad definitely charged at me in a straight line. So why the hell was that sword coming at me from behind? Smack. Chapter 33, A Chat Between Fathers. A couple weeks had passed since Sylphie started coming over to play with Rudy at the Greyrat household. And during that time, Paul realized something. Sylphie clearly had a crush on his smart son, but it seemed the part about smart people missing the most obvious things was true. Despite Rudy's intelligence, the kid kept missing all the obvious signs that Sylphie was crushing on him. The bright smile whenever they talked. Laughing at whatever Rudy said. Making excuses to get close and hold hands. And his son just ignored all of it. Well, not completely. While Rudy wasn't completely like the average Greyrat male who appreciated the female form, he did seem to have a natural talent for winning girls over. Whenever Rudy was with Sylphie, his eyes were always clear and sincere. He smiled whenever she did something well. He praised her efforts. He always found a chance to call Sylphie cute or adorable. He naturally patted Sylphie's head and grabbed her hand to lead her around. And he was also super defensive of Sylphie, even to Zenith. If Paul didn't know any better, he would have been worried for Sylphie. After all, those were all things that Paul would definitely have done to steal a girl's heart if he could. And with the way Rudy did it so naturally, it'd be impossible for Sylphie to not fall in love with him. Especially when he was going out of his way every day to come up with more fun games and interesting magic projects to do with her. But of course, Rudy didn't think about that at all. It was enough to where Paul wondered if Rudy knew that Sylphie was a girl, but Paul quickly threw that out. Or rather, he wanted to throw that out. It would be awkward if Rudy was doing all of that while thinking Sylphie was a guy. Though it would explain quite a bit. Ah, wait. If that was the case, Rudy wouldn't have been so down after Roxy left. He probably just had a thing for older women. Yeah, that was probably it. Compared to them, Sylphie was just cute and adorable. But in a few years. You seem lost in thought, Paul. Care to share? A male voice called out from the side. Paul blinked and then remembered that he was still on watch duty in the forest with Sylphie's father. He laughed and said, "Sorry, Laws. Just thinking about our kids." Laws adjusted his bow around his back and then leaned against the railing of their lookout perch. He scratched the back of his head, ruffling his golden hair, and said, "I still can't thank you enough for that, Paul. Especially allowing Luffy to stay over at your house all day to play with Rudy." Paul walked over and leaned on the railing to the left of Laws. After that, he clapped a hand on the elf's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Laws. We're patrol buddies, right? Besides, the kids are having fun too. And I am forever grateful for that." Laws let out a deep sigh and said it had been far too long since Luffy had a genuine smile on her face when she returned home. "HM? Really?" Paul frowned and said, "Someone as cute and lively as her didn't smile? That was weird." Paul didn't remember a time seeing Sylphie where she wasn't smiling. Even without Rudy. Laws looked at Paul. "What?" Laws laughed. "Nothing." He smiled and said, "I was just surprised. I had gotten used to how others viewed Luffy that I forgot there were kind people out there as well." Paul snorted and crossed his arms. "What? You think I'm some Azuran thug who'd get upset or fear someone just because they had green hair? Please." Laws smiled. "Yes. I suppose that would be silly. Though." He sighed. "You would be surprised at how many believe otherwise." He frowned and said, "The number of people who think that a spirit possessed Luffy or that she was swapped at birth. And the number of accusations towards my wife." Paul narrowed his eyes. "Do you need me to step in?" Even though he took a hands-off approach to governing, Paul technically was the ruler of Bina Village and the surrounding territories. It wasn't to the extent of owning the land or anything, but he did have the authority to resolve conflicts and settle disputes. And if something was interfering with one of his men, which would include Laws by definition due to the half-elf aiding with patrolling. Laws shook his head. "It's fine." He sighed and said, "The problem was solved. The children who harmed Sylphie won't do so any longer, and even if they tried now, Sylphie has learned enough in magic to defend herself." His eyes turned sharp and he said, "Especially if a child is cruel enough to attempt another abduction." Paul clicked his tongue and said, "I still can't believe those kids pulled that off. I thought their parents were good people, but after everything that happened, it was inexcusable." A group of 4 children grabbed Sylphie, restrained her, brought her deep into the forest and left her there while running away for their lives. They didn't admit it, of course. And their parents didn't either. Especially the women. In fact, there was one nosy bit. No. That wasn't good. Paul needed to break that habit of cursing. He already got scolded by Zenith and Lilia about Rudy starting to curse now too. So. Nosy bimbo. Right. There was one nosy bimbo who insisted that her son was the purest saint ever and would never do something like that. In fact, she even accused Rudy of setting the entire thing up as an excuse to play hero and wanted some compensation for having their good name pulled through the mud. Obviously, that wasn't true. And obviously, Zenith immediately beat her black and blue until she apologized. Zenith healed her afterwards, of course. But after that no one bothered trying to pin the blame on Rudy. And Paul didn't believe it either. After all, his genius very intelligent son had been spending that morning working over both Zenith and Lilia to come around to the idea of both sharing Paul and accepting a relationship between the 3 of them. What was he thinking about again? Right, the weird bit about the kids. Even if they were malicious, Paul didn't think that kids would go that far just to bully someone. Even if that someone was supposedly a monster. He had made it clear throughout the village and to every villager that the forest was dangerous and had been getting more dangerous over the years due to an unknown mana build-up. And while kids were stupid, they weren't dumb enough to. No. Kids were that dumb. Ha! Laws sighed and said, "What is done is done." But again, thank you. He smiled and said, "You are a good friend, Paul." Paul laughed and wrapped an arm around Law's shoulder. "Glad to hear it. So don't be mad when you call Rudy son-in-law in the future, all right?" Law's eyes widened before he let out a bright smile. "It would be my honor. You know, this is the part where you're supposed to reject ever having Rudy as a son-in-law and say that you'd never hand your cute daughter over, Laws." Laws blinked and said, "But Rudy would be a wonderful son-in-law." "Ha!" Paul slumped over and said, "This is karma, isn't it?" Paul had to elope with Zenith without her parents' blessings. Even now, he never got a letter or hint of acceptance from her parents despite the fact that he saved her from a terrible fate and helped her stand on her own feet in a rough world when she became an adventurer. And then here was his son, doing the same thing. But instead of being rejected by the girl's father, he was already thinking of Rudy as a son-in-law. No, considering he walked over the girl to their house every day, didn't he already consider her a part of their family? Laws laughed and then shook his head. "Well, it is still a bit too early to be considering such things." He smiled and said, "Although I must admit that it would be nice to have family outside of just my wife and child for once." Paul frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Laws fiddled with a wooden pendant around his neck and said, "I was a bastard abandoned child. My mother left me with the church and I grew up in an orphanage. By Meles or whatever other divine deity, I survived and managed to obtain a decent life and loving family, but I do wonder at times what it would be like to have other relatives. A father, a mother, siblings." Laws sighed. Paul clicked his tongue and leaned back against the rail, staring at the sky. "Well, they aren't all they're cracked up to be. Your family can turn out to be your worst enemies. Like his cowardly Uncle Paimon who tried to block Paul's requests for help in the Notice family at every turn and forced him to reach out to his cousin Philip in the Boreas family instead. Or the Notice family in general who were perfectly fine with Paul being out in the countryside but who would no doubt make a fuss and try to oust him and his family if he tried moving in closer to the Azura kingdom. No. Considering how bright Rudy was, they'd probably try to get rid of them instead. Heh. That'd end well. Paul might have been slacking a bit around the time Rudy was born, but years of trying to fend off his smart son and his wily tricks made him improve. He was confident that he could take a sword king and he could at least stall a sword emperor. Everyone below that though. And then there was Rudy to consider. He was a polite and kind kid. And he also had a weird thing about not being called a genius, but Paul could tell. Rudy had a temper. One probably worse than Paul's. And considering how much Rudy knew about magic and all of the crazy things he was teaching Sylphie, like chantless incantation and directly manipulating elements. Well, Paul wasn't a person who wanted to tempt fate, but he was kind of curious to see just how his son would react if those idiots tried something against his family. Just a bit. Laws sighed. "I suppose that's true. Well, better to focus on what we do have than what we do not, right, Paul?" Paul pushed himself back to his feet and said, "Sounds like a plan. And speaking of what we have versus what we don't." He scanned the forest and said, "It looks like we've got another boring day. I don't see or sense any more magical creatures. And from what Rudy told me last time, the weird mana causing the trouble should be gone now too since he set up his barrier spells." Laws looked out and nodded. "Yes. I don't see any threats either." Paul glanced at Laws and then said, "Well then. Let's say you and me hit the pub and turn in a bit early." Excuse me?" "The pub?" Laws shook his head and said, I don't think that I should. After all, I still have to pick up Luffy and then return to my wife dash." "Bah. Paul waved his hand and said, "She'll understand. You're the most responsible man of the house I've ever met. A night out is fine. Besides, you're due for a bit of unwinding after all of that stress." "That is a good point. And I suppose it would be nice to relax with a friend for once. Right? So come on. Let's get going and then chat over a nice mug of mead. Share stories, like how good your wife is in bed." "Excuse me. That is much too private to dash. Zenith's great. She seems uptight and traditional, but when she's in bed, that." Laws looked around the surroundings and then whispered, "Is that true?" "Oh yeah. And Lilia too. You'd never think it from how polite she is, but—" A massive headache. Paul opened his bleary eyes and rubbed his temple. What hit me? The last thing he remembered was talking with Laws in the forest. No. They made it back into the pub. But then... I did. Hoobwaha. A flash of pain struck his face, making the headache even worse. But then a warmth spread throughout his body and the pain went away. Paul blinked again and then realized he was home, laying on the floor in the living room. He also wasn't alone. Zenith was standing directly in front of him with her arms crossed and her eyes frosty. She was also the one who hit him. Lilia was standing next to her, looking completely disappointed. Behind those two was Laws, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head while standing next to his wife, who also looked extremely upset. Meanwhile, Sylphie was standing by her mom and dad, looking completely confused. And then the last person in the room, the one standing right next to him and who cast the healing spell. Rudy lowered his left hand and then held it out to help Paul up. "You are a terrible influence, Dad. Seriously. What made you think it was a good idea to go drinking with Mr. Laws without telling anyone?" "Ugh. Thanks, Rudy." Paul grabbed Rudy's hand and pulled himself up. Huh. Rudy was stronger than he thought if he could do that, actually. Was the kid doing secret training somewhere? Bah, he could think about that later. For now. Paul looked to Laws, trying to see if he could get an explanation from the guy. When Paul did that, Laws immediately bowed his head and clapped his hands together. "My apologies, Brother Paul. I couldn't lie to them, so I told them everything." Paul froze. Everything. Everything? That meant... even all that stuff about the different positions and sweet spots? Paul glanced at his wife and partner. Zenith glared at him. Lilia gave him a cold stare. Paul groaned and rubbed his face. Damn it, Laws. You didn't have to take my talk about family being your worst enemy so literally. Time passed by in a lazy fashion. Peaceful days spent playing with Sylphie, trying my best to abuse my youth and healing to catch up and smack my arrogant dad with a sword, either seeing Sylphie off by handing over to Mr. Laws or walking her home, and then working on various magical experiments late in the night. And doing my best to ignore the three who were releasing about 5 years' worth of pent-up sexual tension. Seriously. I thought that my mom was kinky and loud, but Mama Lily... well... your first time of anything had a big impact on your life afterwards. It seemed like she, had a certain inclination towards certain roles. And ropes. And other things that I tried my best to pretend I never saw. Fortunately for me, I figured out a way to combine barrier and wind mana to dampen sound. Only took me like 5 years. Ha! But anyway, time passed and before I knew it, I had turned 6. In that time, I figured a few things out. First, Sylphie was a certified genius who could do whatever the heck she wanted with mana as long as she had enough. And while she didn't double her mana every day like I did from dumping my mana and reabsorbing it every night, her growth rate was still exponential. Not to mention she could somehow pull in water and wind mana whenever she was running low and naturally use those as easily as if they were her own mana. Meanwhile, I had to actually send chunks of my own mana out to manipulate ambient mana. Was it because I thought too much? Master Roxy was similar to Sylphie too. She just waved her wand and things worked. Whatever. The point was, Sylphie was a magical genius. Of course, I didn't let that show. Instead of being amazed, I praised her hard work and creativity. I also told her a little white lie about magic being able to do whatever the user imagined just to see what she could pull off. As to the result of that little white lie? Well, turns out that might not have been a lie. Seriously. When I told her that incantations were just memory aids and that magic circles were just special shapes to help imagine the spell working, she came up with her own incantations and shapes. For example, splash flow, water, bubble up and splash, water ball, water, bounce. It was one thing for me to be able to shorten incantations like that because I developed a whole new magical system that took advantage of the combined elements to structure things. It was another thing entirely for a child to be able to shorten it just because they didn't know better and had it work. I wasn't envious. Not at all. Nope. Still, it was interesting. And since it worked for Sylphie, all the power to her. Us mere mortals though had to figure out how to make it work in a way that made sense instead of just taking leaps in logic and creativity and, however else she just willed things into existence. But that was fine. It was more fun trying to figure out how to break something down and explain it in a logical fashion than it was to just wibbly-wobbly make it work. Like that magic circle formation I gave to Master Roxy. And the magical tree I made for my mom. Both of them were basically bundles of mana slapped together with duct tape and wishes, but they worked. I just had to reverse engineer them and find out why they worked. Well, an alternate explanation why they worked. Because I said so seemed to be a viable path for magic spells apparently. Anyway, that was the first thing I figured out. Magic could be brute forced with a strong enough will, belief, or image a la Sylphie. The second thing I figured out was that I accidentally turned into a monster. Well, in terms of mana. As I explained earlier, I kept doubling my mana every day by dumping it and then reabsorbing it the next day. It was handy since it put me right to sleep to avoid the awkward intimate noises filling the house at night. It was also handy because reabsorbing it the next morning made me wide awake and fully rested. Which made me think that there might be a visceral connection between the body and mana, like magic circuits or something similar. And so I was curious and paid careful attention to when I reabsorbed my mana. Part of it flowed into my blood vessels, flowing around like it was actually blood. But a lot of it just disappeared. At least until I pulled it back out. Then it mysteriously showed up out of the blue. I was confused for a while, and then I realized how that was happening. Or rather, what must have been happening. Somehow or another, the excess mana I drew back in was folding back in on itself. I hadn't thought too much of it since I made it a habit a long time ago. Not only that, but I never really tried using up all of my mana with spells anymore. Plus, when I drew out my mana I always made it into the same floating crimson orb that never changed. But one day I decided to do a bit of testing with my mana. While my parents were going at it, I snuck outside and did some experimenting. It wasn't much. I just wanted to see how much water I could make if I converted my mana. So, I pulled out a tiny thread as always and did the old convert directly to element thing like usual. And then I had to think fast as a literal lake started to fall from the sky. Thankfully, seeing Sylphie mess around with water mana so much and cleaning up her mistakes trained me on how to quickly convert water back into mana and disperse it. But if it wasn't for that, well, I was pretty sure that my moms weren't planning to get as wet as they were going to be that night if a lake fell onto the house. Anyway, I was starting to think that I might have done something ridiculous with my training. I didn't know what happened exactly. It could have been because I constantly cast healing on my body whenever I was training, because I was cycling mana my entire life, or because drawing out and reabsorbing mana like I did had a weird synergy effect on my body. All I knew was that it was probably a really good idea for me to keep a careful check on my temper and definitely not use incantation magic anytime soon. Opening the floodgates with my mana as it was now really wouldn't be a good idea. Fortunately, there was a third thing I discovered that helped with that. I could create magic circles from scratch. To put it simply, while the magic circles I learned from Master Roxy and the books worked, as I thought they weren't optimal. In fact, they were super convoluted with a lot of redundancies and extraneous elements. To elaborate, it was like somebody used calculus to try and solve an addition problem. Like trying to solve 2 plus 2 by breaking it up into 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, using trigonometric identities to turn each into sines and cosines to get something like sin caret 2 plus cos caret 2 plus sin caret 2 plus cos caret 2 plus sin caret 2 plus cos caret 2 plus sin caret 2 plus cos caret 2, reducing it to 4, sin caret 2 plus cos caret 2, reducing that to 4, 1, and then ending up with 4. Or you could have just, put 2 and 2 together. In short, it was inefficient and also difficult for an average person to use. Which would explain why no one bothered with them anymore except for super complicated spells that had chance that could be printed as a whole book by themselves. So I fixed that. My magic arrays approach already kind of did that by breaking the fundamentals of a spell into abstracted elements, but I took it a step further. To sum up my new magic circles into steps. 1. Draw a containment circle out of mana to resist internal pressure from the spell. 2. Determine the shape that would convert mana into a designated element and inscribe it in the center of the circle. 3. Layer a shape that tweaks one aspect of the output of the mana, like the size or speed. 4. Repeat step 3 until the desired outcome is achieved. 5. Direct said circle to the target. 6. Remove the circle. The hard part was figuring out all the shapes that tweak the aspects of mana in different ways. But there was a shortcut. By using my mana as the source of said magic circle, and cheating a bit like Silie and just imagining the result, it automatically shaped the circle, so all I had to do was just record it. Thankfully, the years of visualization and memory practice paid off for that. I didn't even want to think how much of a hassle it would be if I couldn't perfectly recreate. Wait. Oh. Okay. I take it back. Maybe I wasn't that smart after all. Come to think of it, the magic circles I saw could just be the result of sloppy recording. And if I think about the magic circles I knew and the ones I made. Yeah, if you squint and tilt your head funny. I sighed and then flopped back onto my bed. Staring at the ceiling, I muttered, damn it. And here I thought I was onto something. Well, at least I could make a better record for people in the future. Ah. There wasn't a printing press to make books widespread. Gotta remember to make that at some point too. Huh. I rolled over in my bed and muttered, so much to do. There was sorting out all of my magic research, trying to figure out a way to stop Whitey from showing his ugly mug around here again, figuring out how to smack the crap out of Dad and wipe that arrogant smirk off his face, helping Silie be the best magician she could be. Where should I even start? Alright. Starting tomorrow, we work on crafting things. Magic items, alchemy, 3D printing, we'll start there. That and figuring out how to be Dad. Then we need to make some protective charms for everyone. Yeah. That's good enough for now. So with that in mind, let's get some rest. Oh mealies. Oh mealies. Oh mealies. And improve my sound dampening magic barrier to sound cancellation because goddammit Dad. Could you just not make Mom moan so much? I do not need to hear that. I groaned and then pulled my pillow over my head. If only the morning came as fast as my parents did. Chapter 35, Keep It Cool. It was the dead of winter. The clear blue sky was nowhere to be seen and the sun was hidden behind a veil of gray clouds. The wind howled, carrying with it a flurry of snow as well as reducing visibility. And in this terrible weather, I was on the run. An unexpected result. It had been fine in the other seasons, but the moment that snowfall came down, a monster was born. A flash of white from the corner of my eye. I tumbled to the right, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. An explosion erupted in front of me, white powder exploding in every direction and obscuring my vision. But I didn't stop moving. While I couldn't see, the monster could. And I felt it. Faint ripples in mana. A tiny breeze from my left. Barely visible bubbles that were the same size as the snowflakes falling from the sky. Wait. My eyes widened and I flung out my left hand, quickly forming magic barriers. Loud cracks echoed. Rapid-fire attacks from the monster, pelting hundreds of icy barrages at me in the span of a few seconds. This wouldn't work. At this rate. Got you! A cute girl's voice echoed from behind me. I jumped and quickly cast a wind spell to launch me away. But the moment I tried to gather the mana to do that, a gust of frosty wind pushed me backwards and into the monster's arms. Silie giggled and then pulled me in for a hug. After that, she stepped back and smiled. That was fun, Rudy. I had to think real hard on how to catch you. I laughed. Yeah. I had to think real hard on how to run away too. Good job. After saying that, I ruffled Silie's hair. Hee hee. She smiled and then leaned into my hand, shifting beneath it. Since some time had passed, Silie's short green hair had grown out a bit. Instead of being a tomboyish haircut like the past where she could be mistaken for a pretty boy, it was shoulder length, making her an unmistakably cute young girl. Which also made me wonder why she was hanging around a boring guy like me all the time. But since she hung around and happily played along with my makeshift mana training, I wasn't about to complain. I drew out the snow and water from the scarf that Mama Lily knitted for me. After that, I looked at Silie and said, "Are you cold?" Silie blinked and said, "No. I feel fine, Rudy. Are you?" "No. I'm good." Or so I said. But of course I was cold. I was wearing my scarf, a full fur coat, and thick trousers along with boots. But even then, I had just been running around in the freezing wind trying to dodge an endless barrage of ice attacks from a monster of a magician who was practically invincible in the winter. Who the heck wouldn't be cold after all of that? Seriously. I knew that Silie was good at wind and water magic. And she definitely had a natural affinity for wind and water mana too. But I absolutely did not even think about the fact that she could just casually use literally all the snow in sight to attack me. Even I couldn't do that. Me! The guy with enough mana that I was about 90% sure I was a walking nuclear bomb. Was she part Iself or something? Or the reincarnation of L** from Fro***? Like, what the hell? Silie was only wearing a thin white blouse, a pair of trousers, and boots. No coat, no hat, nothing. But she was fine. Completely fine. And she wasn't lying about not being cold. Nope. I could actually see that. It wasn't that she was radiating a bunch of heat or warming herself up. It was just that the cold refused to touch her. Like how? Was it because her mana was blue and green? Was she innately attuned to wind and water, and in combination ice and snow? Did she become attuned to it because those were her favorite magic branches and she kept using that sort of mana? Arg! Why did mana have to keep asterisk not making sense? Asterisk. It was like some asshole kept changing up the rules the moment I got close to figuring something out just to throw me off. Rudy? Silie leaned in close and stared into my eyes. Are you alright? I blinked and then sighed. I'm fine, Silie. I smiled and patted her head. Thanks for worrying. Silie looked a bit disappointed. But then she smiled and said, as long as you're fine. But, She looked around and said, should we clean this up? I followed her gaze. It was a mess. No, it was a war zone. Because Silie kept sending all the snow after me, there were swathes of land where it was just the yellow and frozen grass without a speck of white. And then there were others where there were giant hills of snow tall enough to bury like a dozen bodies. Then there were also a bunch of craters and dirt piles where I tried to make some bunkers that Silie couldn't just rip apart with her absolute control over snow. It's fine. I shook my head and said, my parents will probably get a kick out of seeing it anyway. Silie giggled and said, that's true. Your dad will definitely make fun of you when he gets back from patrolling. Though. She frowned and said, won't your mom be mad? She likes things neat and tidy, doesn't she? Rudy? It's fine. If it's really a problem, I'll fix it up later. If you say so. Sylphie grabbed my right hand with her left and then started swinging it back and forth. So what now? She looked around and said, should we head back home? We went out pretty far to play today. And I think it's getting late? I dash. A faint breeze from behind. Not just that, but killing intent as well. My eyes widened and I pulled Sylphie close before leaping back, kicking off the ground with a gust of wind. Our Rudy! Sylphie clung tight to me as we flew through the air. What's going on? I touched down and then quickly formed a blade in my right hand from the snow around me, packing it tight. After that, I made sure to reinforce it with my mana, causing the blade to vibrate and turn red like a certain infamous sci-fi weapon. Of course, it wasn't that dangerous or effective of a weapon, but it wouldn't break at least. After arming myself, I said, nothing serious. Seems like someone got imp dash. A flicker of brown rushing towards my skull. I clicked my tongue and then swung my blade to intercept it. A swoosh echoed as my sword cut through the air. And then a loud clatter echoed as the projectile landed on the ground beside me. A wooden sword. A familiar one too. Sylphie stared at the sword and blinked. Isn't that your practice sword, Rudy? Yep. I nodded and scanned the surroundings, holding my sword up in front of me to guard against sudden attacks. There was low visibility. Because of the snow, I couldn't see anything. No. I could see something. A silver blur, flickering amidst the flurry. It flashed, suddenly shooting towards me. Sylphie gasped and said, Rudy! Watch out! A brown blur shooting towards my head. Sword God style, a blinding slash to take me out. But I wasn't fooled. Instead of blocking it, I leaned back to avoid it and swung my sword to the side. Oh ho! An annoyingly familiar voice and figure. But before I could think any further on that, I got face full of snow. Gah! I quickly got rid of it by using mana, but the moment I did a fist was flying towards my face. I tumbled back, using my left arm to do a back handspring. At the same time, I swung my sword up at the fist. But I didn't feel any resistance. There was a faint brush as my sword touched my attacker's sleeve, but that was gone in an instant. And then right after that, the same annoyingly familiar voice called out. Nice, nice. Getting better reflexes, Rudy. I landed on my feet and pointed my sword at my attacker. My dad laughed, shaking snow off his left hand. Sylphie walked over to me and then said, Mr. Paul? Why are you here? Well. My dad brushed his left hand off against his brown fur coat and said, you two were out for a while and Rudy here is officially late for his sword lessons. He shrugged and said, since you seem to be having fun, I thought I'd join in. I sighed and then lowered my sword. You couldn't have just said hello like a normal person? What kind of dad rushes at his 6-year-old kid with killing intent like that? My dad hung the wooden sword he was using at his side. After that, he walked over to mine, still laying in the snow. And then promptly chucked it at my face. I tilted my head to the side to avoid getting hit and then grabbed it by the hilt with my left hand as it flew past. Seriously? I thought you hated North God style, but you seem to be using it more and more often these days, Dad. Didn't you say it was just a way to fight with a sword and not sword fighting? He laughed and said, well, when my smart son is scary enough to take obsessive notes on every single swing I make in our little spars, I have to change things up a bit somehow, right? I clicked my tongue and then crossed my arms. Mama Lily showed you my notebook, didn't she? I knew I shouldn't have left that lying out in my room. My dad laughed and said, don't worry. I didn't read through your diary that much. Just the parts about your secret techniques combining the different styles. He grinned and said, you don't mind if I take some notes, right? I sighed. Well, back to the drawing board. And back to trying to desperately dodge my dad's attacks for the next few weeks while I figured out whatever new BS he came up with. Like that impossible simultaneous triple slash thing he did last time. Damn it. I still hadn't figured that out yet, and now I had to prep for some other crazy attacks. What, was he going to suddenly figure out how to stab at my foot and then suddenly shift to stabbing at my heart within a split second or something? Actually, scratch that. Knowing him, he'd probably figure a way how to make that work. Sylphie frowned and said, "That's rude, Mr. Paul. Even if you're Rudy's dad, you shouldn't be looking through his belongings like that." "Fine, fine." My dad waved his hand and said, "Since a pretty girl like Sylphie asked me to, I'll stop." I rolled my eyes and dissolved my snow sword. After that, I made a makeshift holster for my wooden sword and hung it on my waist. "Even now you're only doing things because pretty girls tell you to, huh, Dad?" My dad shrugged and said, "What can I say? Your mom and Lily trained me well." He crouched on all fours and said, "Now I'm just a good little doggy." Arf. Sylphie giggled. I sighed and said, "You have no shame. And I'm proud of it." "That doesn't never mind." I sighed and then waved my hand, wrapping myself in a thread of fire mana. That helped get rid of the cold. Unlike Sylphie, who I was now 100% sure was just built different from the rest of us, and my dad, who was used to extreme weather conditions from his time adventuring, I was still just an ordinary kid. Well, I was pretty shredded for a kid considering all the healing that I abused growing up, but still, just an ordinary kid. And one who didn't have the luxury of fat to keep me insulated because I was so shredded. Fire mana it was. My dad stood up and brushed off his hands. After that, he said, "Anyway, you kids actually have been out for a while though. Zenith and Lily made some warm stew and bread for lunch, so how about we head back to eat? Or are you too cool to hang out with this old man now?" I groaned. "Really, Dad?" Sylphie nodded and said, "That's fine, Mr. Paul. You I think it would be pretty nice." Paul snapped his fingers and pointed at Sylphie. "I see what you did there. High five." He walked over and held out his hand. Sylphie giggled and then high-fived him. "I'm leaving." "Aw! Wait for me, Rudy." Sylphie ran to my right side and grabbed my hand. My dad laughed and then walked over to my left side. As he did, he plopped his hand on my head and said, "You shouldn't be in so much of a rush, kiddo. There's no way you're ever going to look cool in front of girls when you're plowing ahead like that. Don't make me drench you in water." "Rudy!" Sylphie tugged my hand and said, "That's dangerous. Dad's been through worse." "Still." I sighed. "Fine. I won't." "Oh ho. Whipped algae I'll just chuck a snowball at him instead." Sylphie shook her head in disapproval, or what seemed like disapproval. But she wasn't hiding that smile from me. My dad rubbed the snow off his face and sighed. Rudy's growing up so fast, already treating his dad like chopped liver to impress a girl. "You're just going to get worse as I grow up, aren't you?" My dad laughed and then rustled my hair. "Dad's just trying to get you to loosen up, Rudy. You know that, right?" I sighed. I know. Love you too, Dad." My dad suddenly stumbled and face planted into the snow. Sylphie gasped and said, "Mr. Paul. Are you all right?" "Here!" She pulled out her wand and waved it, sending my dad back on his feet and removing all the snow. Thanks, Sylphie." My dad shook his head and then turned towards me. "What?" "Oh, come here, you little bastard." Hey. Stop that." My dad pulled me into a headlock and said, "Guys don't say that to other guys, all right? Especially so casually. It's weird. Weird, I tell you." Okay. Sheesh." I squirmed out from his grasp and straightened out my clothes. "Fine. I'll just tell Mom and Mama Lily how much I love them instead. Jerk. Ah, wait. I take it back. Too late, Dad. I stuck out my tongue at him and then ran off. You little bastard. Get back here. I'm telling Mom. Don't you dare. I laughed and then kicked off the ground, blasting myself into the air with a gust of wind. Rudy! Sylphie's giggles echoed from beneath me. I smiled and then decided to head back home first. That was fun, but seriously. It wasn't good for me to be out in the cold for this long. So, with a few more gusts of wind, and carefully placed barrier magic spells to make sure I didn't turn into a red paste if I made a mistake, I landed back at the gate to our house. Walking to the front door, I pushed it open and said, Mom. Mama Lily. I'm back. Silence. I blinked. That was weird. They always answered me when I got back. I pulled off my scarf and then walked over to the kitchen. Dad said they were cooking, so they should be there, right? Mom, My mom was standing there, her hands clasped over her mouth while tears streamed down her face. Mama Lily was knelt down on the ground, leaning against Mom's stomach and listening to something with a serious expression. Seeing that, I felt a pit form in my stomach. I tossed off my coat and then walked over, looking between the two. What's wrong? Is Mom sick? Something wrong with her stomach? What's wrong? Can I help? My mom looked at me and then shook her head. And no. Mommy's fine, Rudy. It's just. It's just what? You're not dying, are you? Please tell me you're not dying. I looked at Mama Lily and said, Mom's not dying, right? Right? Mama Lily stood up and smiled. Everything is fine, Rudy. Then why were you so serious? Don't lie to me. I'll know if you lie. My mom laughed and then walked over to me, pulling me into a hug. Calm down, Rudy. Mommy's fine. A warm and relaxed hug. Feeling that, the pit in my stomach started to fade. But still. Then why were you crying? My mom patted my back and said, That's because Mommy's really happy. You see. Rudy's going to be a big brother now. What? Chapter 36. I shouldn't have been surprised. In hindsight, it was super obvious. But I guess I was just so used to nothing coming of my mom's hard work for all of my life that I didn't think it was going to happen anytime soon. But it seemed like my mom was pregnant. Not only pregnant, but more than a few months pregnant. Since she had been eating more, she thought she was just getting fat. But while we were out today, she felt a sharp pang in her stomach. She was worried at first, but then she remembered how it was when she was pregnant with me and had Mama Lily double-check. And it turned out my mom's suspicions were correct. She was pregnant. Which meant that I was going to be a big brother. That was a strange thought. And terrifying. I was the firstborn child. Meaning I had to set a proper example. But, could I even do that in the first place? I was well aware of the fact that I wasn't a normal kid. And I was also 100% sure that my birth as a reincarnator was a fluke. Meaning that the next child born to the Greyrat household would be a normal one. Meaning that they'd be facing up to the standard I already set. Meaning that they might hate me for setting the bar so high. A gnawing sensation in my heart. My stomach churning with the thought. It was a familiar sensation, but one I hadn't felt for a while. The regret from my past life, slowly creeping back in. I sat down on a chair by the fireplace, watching as my dad leaned down to press his ear against my mom's stomach. A happy and silly grin was on his face as he did that. Standing next to him, Mama Lily looked happy too. And a bit expectant. What are you thinking about, Rudy? Sylphie's voice. I blinked and realized that she had pulled a chair to sit next to me. And at the moment, she was staring at me. Sylphie tilted her head and said, Are you not happy about being an older brother? I reflexively opened my mouth to deny that. But then I heard them. It was because of you. Because you set the bar so high, nothing I did matched up. Nothing! Why did you have to be so talented, huh? All I wanted to be was normal, but because of you. Because of you, Mom and Dad want me to be some genius. Yeah, look at you now. Washed up and wasted. How does it feel walking on the earth with the rest of us, you haughty bastard? Faint whispers. Phantoms of remnant memories I couldn't remember. Voices from siblings I could no longer see, even in my mind. Hatred. Despair. Scorn. I couldn't remember the reason. I couldn't remember the details. But I could remember that much. Because of me, their lives were twisted forever. Because of me, they had to live in shadows of impossible expectations. Because of me, they were forced to run after me, never able to walk a path of their own choosing. But I lowered my gaze and muttered, I did it for you guys, you know? Rudy? I laughed and shook my head. It's nothing, Sylphie. I smiled and said, I'm just a bit nervous. I don't know what to expect from being a big brother, you know? Sylphie stared at me. Her amber eyes narrowed, peering into my own. I stared back, keeping my gaze steady. Right. Because as much as I regretted it, I also accepted it. It was my fault in the first place for not thinking about the people who couldn't keep up with my pace. Especially the people closest to me. But this time. Are you sure you're fine, Rudy? Sylphie grabbed my right hand and frowned. You can tell me, you know? If you're sad, it's fine to say you are. You don't have to always be happy and cool around me. She rubbed my hand and then smiled. I'm happy with you just the way you are. I smiled back and then patted her head with my left hand. Thanks, Sylphie. You're a really good friend. I sighed and said, I don't know what I'd do without you. I really didn't. While it was a bit ridiculous how good she was with magic, and while it was ridiculous that a cute, energetic girl like that enjoyed spending her time with a boring guy like me who just spent his time grinding away at various tasks, I appreciated her a lot. If it was just me spending these days alone training with Dad and working on my magic, I probably know. I definitely would have gone insane. Between Master Roxy leaving, dealing with Whitey who kept showing up again at random times, and the random mental breakdowns that happened whenever I slipped and thought about who I was before I was reborn as Rudeus. Mom, Mama Lily, and my dad were all helpful and supportive people. They were also my family, so I could lean on them when I felt weak. But because they were my family, I didn't want to disappoint them. It was hard. They didn't treat me like a genius, but I wanted to make them proud. But I knew that if I did too much, they might start expecting more. No. That wasn't true. That was just my past regrets creeping up again, the doubts carrying over still to this day. The regret that I never managed to pay back my family to the bitter end. The regret that I actually continued to be a burden up until my death. So I knew it. If it was just me at home like that, I would have broken. Master Roxy was the first person to break that negative feedback loop by being someone outside who supported me for me. The first person who expected great things from me, but who also supported me unconditionally. Who showed that it was okay to be me. That was something that I would always be grateful for. And Sylphie, she was the first person outside of Mama Lily who didn't expect anything from me. Someone my own age who didn't judge, didn't scorn, and didn't condemn me for being different. Who wasn't jealous of my abilities or talent. I stared at Sylphie. Her eyes were closed, and she smiled happily as she nuzzled against my hand. Seeing that, I laughed. Sylphie froze and then leaned back, her face blushing. Sorry, Rudy. It's just, your hand was so warm and... It's fine. I gave Sylphie a gentle smile and ruffled her hair. Thank you. You mean the world to me, Sylphie. Yeah. I pulled my hand back and then wrapped it around hers that were still holding onto my right hand. I don't know what the future holds, but I promise that I'll always support you. If anything happens, make sure to tell me, okay? I want you to always be smiling. It was the least I could do. For her who made my days happy and carefree instead of solemn and serious. For my dear friend who let me forget about the past and focus on just being Rudy. Aw! Aren't they so cute together? My mom's voice. Ha ha ha. I knew Rudy would be interested in girls sooner or later. My dad's voice. Yes. And it seems that he took after you a bit too much, Paul. Mama Lily's. I blinked, wondering what the heck they were talking about. And then I noticed Sylphie's completely beet red face. And the fact that I was holding her hands. And the fact that I just said some really heavy words that could be taken the wrong way. I felt my face heat up and then I quickly let go of Sylphie's hands. Sorry. I didn't mean that. Sylphie's face froze. As it did, her cute amber eyes started to water. And when they did, I could practically see her heart breaking. I panicked and quickly waved my hands. And no! I meant what I said. I just meant. Arg! I glared at my dad and said, "This is your fault, Dad. I knew I shouldn't have listened to your stories about flirting with female adventurers." My dad froze in the middle of laughing, suddenly sweating. Wait a minute, Rudy. I never told you dash. I ran over to grab my coat and scarf I tossed on the ground earlier and ran outside. I'm going to practice magic. Arg! Damn it! If I knew that listening to my dad's stories about him flirting around with so many girls would make me subconsciously repeat those lines when I meant to be serious, I would have done everything I could to ignore him. Now things with Sylphie were going to be awkward. No. It would be fine. My friendship with Sylphie was definitely stronger than that. This was just a small hiccup. Right. A tiny hill to go over. So, let's just forget about this whole thing and let time do its trick. For now, we try and figure out how to use earth mana to make metal so that we can make trinkets to graft with magic circles to repel Whitey. Especially since that guy was bound to show his face around my new younger sibling's birth. Right. So, since earth mana governed dirt, stone, and basically all sorts of minerals, it should be possible to draw out trace minerals and sift them apart. And maybe it'd be possible to convert metals directly by brute forcing with mana. Elements were just different amounts of protons and electrons, right? And with mana, I could manually adjust different energy levels as long as I came up with a proper working model. Wait. Neutrons were a thing too, and if they weren't balanced things could get messy. And if I split an atom by accident, wouldn't I cause a nuclear explosion? Yeah, I think it would. In that case, maybe we save that experiment for a different day. Preferably when fighting against a monster that other things don't work on and when I learn teleport magic to get away from the fallout. But for now, -*FT time. Let's see how far we can dig down before we hit bedrock. And let's try our best to forget about the absolute cringe we just did in saying that to Sylphie and how awkward things are going to be later because of it. Freaking Dad. I knew listening to all of his stories was going to come back to bite me. Chapter 37, Family Emergency. My plans to dig around the ground looking for rare minerals like in -*FT was thwarted by a simple reason: it was too damned cold. I was starting to think that it might be a bad idea being so shredded when I was just 6 years old. No. I couldn't stop now. Remember how easily it was to gain fat when you got older? I had to make my body naturally burn fat when I was young to get it ingrained into its functions for the future. Actually, I was fairly sure that I was wrong on how that worked, but goddammit, I was not going to have to spend 3 years straight of heavy training to get into shape in the future when my health slipped just because I didn't build a good enough foundation when I was young. But anyway, after that embarrassing event with Sylphie, I spent about an hour digging for minerals before I called it quits because it was too cold. I did find a few chunks of gold, silver, and iron though. And a few pretty looking chunks of rose quartz. Enough to experiment with some crafting. By the time I cleaned up and went back inside with my findings, everyone had calmed down. Sylphie blushed a bit more, but because she was considerate, she didn't bring it up. That was good. I didn't think that I could take being told to just be friends from her. I mean, I didn't like her that way, so it wouldn't be too bad. But it would still rain on my parade. But anyway, we had a happy and cozy dinner after that, and then Mr. Laws showed up to pick Sylphie up. After that, we all turned in for an early night's rest. Mom was pregnant, so she was making sure to take extra good care of herself. And because she was pregnant, my dad wasn't having lovey-dovey time with her since it could hurt the baby. So of course he had lovey-dovey time with Mama Lily instead. But also because Mama Lily was being considerate about potentially being pregnant at the same time as my mom, and the huge mess that would be in terms of logistics, they weren't going at it like rabbits. Instead, well, I tried really hard to ignore it and laid out my sound dampening barriers. But apparently the cold weather threw off my calculations in canceling the sound waves, because I sure as hell could hear all the sucking and sloppy squeaky sounds echoing from down the hall. And my mom's usual moans. I didn't hear any smacking or bed creaking, so they weren't doing that. But it seemed like they were doing that instead. And I also learned one of the downsides of casting healing every day to incrementally improve my body for the past few years. I had super sensitive hearing. Enough to where I could hear every drip in the house if I was paying attention to it. And when I was in my room late at night and knew what was going on across the hall, it was goddamn near impossible to not pay attention to it. Oh wait. I'm dumb. Didn't I make a barrier spell to shut off my vision? Then if I kept the same basic principles and shifted it to my ears instead of my eyes. Silence. Complete, perfect, absolute silence. I let out a sigh of relief. Didn't hear it, which meant it worked. Good. Then, time to get to work. I rummaged in my pocket and pulled out my materials. Iron, gold, silver. A couple chunks of rose quartz. Now, if I follow the logic that Master Roxy used to tie all of those magic circles together in my wand to enhance casted spells, it should be possible to make a chain of holy magic that would automatically flare up in response to foreign mana. My wand was specifically programmed, somehow, to react to just me using it. At least, it was now. If someone else used it, I think that it might be possible to cast a few spells. But since my mana was as dense as it was, it passively rejected any foreign influences. Meaning that it'd be hard for anyone but me to use my wand unless they had as much or more mana than me. I didn't know if my mana was still increasing or not every day with my routine habit of dumping it and reclaiming it, but I did know that even if it wasn't, I had an amount that could flood the entire country with water if I let loose. I think better to not test that theory anytime soon. But I was getting sidetracked. The point was that it was possible to program a magical item, specifically a sequence of magic circles to trigger only based on an initial start-up pattern of mana. For me, that would have to be manual. Since I didn't naturally radiate mana like other people and kept it contained within my blood for some strange reason, I would have to actually use things to make that connection with a magic item. It seemed like other people could just pick them up and use them though. Sylphie, for example, managed to connect with the wand I made her after just grabbing it. That seemed like a useful tidbit of knowledge, actually. It might be possible for me to nullify the connection people had with magical items by coating it with my mana since it was so dense. And since my mana was so dense, it might also be possible to use it to suck away all the nearby mana like a black hole and make a mana vacuum. Wait. Vacuum. I facepalmed. A vacuum. I could use that for soundproofing. God damn it. Arg. Needed to make a note of that as well. Let's just get started on crafting. Time passed. Winter went by with the end result being that Sylphie got super scary with ice magic and could make a literal castle out of snow before everything started melting. Seriously. Was she or was she not a certain DISN * white ice princess's reincarnation? That aside, while things got awkward between me and Sylphie for a while due to my parents being overly intrusive, after a scolding by Mama Lily, they stopped being busybodies about me and Sylphie. And as a result, we managed to go back to the way things were. Which was good. I didn't want my fun times with Sylphie to turn weird because of something like that. Spring came by, with Mr. Laws and my dad becoming real good friends. After that last incident though, it seemed like they stopped going to the pub together. I said seemed, because Sylphie confided in me that her dad kept talking about how happy he was that he finally had a friend to bond with over drinks and how happy her mom was about that. Ah, and I also finally met Sylphie's mom. She was a pretty brown-haired woman who was super kind and sweet. And considering how much of a straight-laced and serious guy Mr. Laws was, that explained where Sylphie picked up most of her personality. Though, I still never got her name. Mr. Laws called her Honey, and Sylphie called her Mama. To avoid making things awkward since I had been Sylphie's friend for a while, I ended up just calling her Sylphie's mom. But now that it got to this point, it was too awkward to ask. But anyway, Whitey seemed to stop showing his face. But knowing him, I knew he was going to pop up when my younger siblings were born. I didn't know why he was doing what he was doing, but considering the fact that he tried real hard to make my dad break up with Mom and Mama Lily, he would definitely try hard to cause something to happen during Mom's delivery. I wasn't sure why he wasn't trying anything to upset her pregnancy, but I decided to spend my brain power working on ways to stop him rather than consider why he might be doing it. The end result? A pair of alloyed gold and silver bracelets with polished rose quartz beads. After some experiments, I learned that gold was just as good of a mana conductor as it was for electricity, meaning that whatever spell I stuck on it stayed stuck if I made a loop. Silver was too, apparently. I won't go into the details, but after hammering my head against the wall for months while being nervous that Whitey would try something, and by subtly getting Sylphie to be on the watch for his mana and to shove it away with a torrent of wind mana if he showed up, I managed to come up with those bracelets. A chain of tightly linked healing X magic circles knitted out of healing mana that I converted from my own mana was embedded in the gold. And for the silver, there was a chain of tightly linked magic barrier magic circles. And finally, in the 3 rose quartz beads on each bracelet, I threw in a giant glob of holy mana as well as a ton of counterattack divine attack spells programmed with my magic arrays to trigger the moment that either the barrier or healing spells fired. Plus a few basic elemental spells like Water Ball, Fireball, Rock Bullet, etc. I made them both for Mom and Mama Lily to use as well as explain how to use them, but when I did, the two got a glazed look in their eyes. Since that was the case, I just summed it up as a good luck charm for a gift. But I also insisted that they always wear it or else I'd be mad. They did, of course. And that was probably the best I could hope for. I kept forgetting that not everyone knew as much about magic as Master Roxy did. Ah, and for my dad I made a simple gold heart-shaped pendant that opened up with an etching of Mom on one side and Mama Lily on the other. I put some holy mana in there as well, but I wasn't too worried about him. Mostly because if Whitey tried anything on my dad, I would just stop holding back with my magic and beat sense into him. And by him, I meant Whitey and my dad. I was very, very, very eager to see if creating a mana vacuum would allow me to pull whoever that person trying to break apart my family out from hiding. And I also wanted to chuck some spells at my dad's face for once. But that was that. And before I knew it, spring had turned into summer. It was a lazy morning. As usual, I got up, reclaimed my floating orb of mana that I drained before I went to sleep, which was now an eerily dark color of red, almost like clotted blood. It was creepy, but I didn't feel anything wrong when reabsorbing it. Just the usual uplifting surge of energy and good mood wiping away my fatigue. Come to think of it, if my mana was like blood, then wasn't I self-performing dialysis on my mana every day like this? Or something like that? I was basically filtering my mana out of my body and letting it replenish itself before reabsorbing my mana, which had been sitting out and collecting ambient mana. Well, I hadn't suffered any symptoms or died yet, so it was probably fine. Anyway, I got up, stretched, did a quick 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and jumping jacks, and then walked out of my room. And then the door to my parents' room slammed open. I blinked and looked over. The moment I did, my dad ran out in a panic. He noticed me and then charged at me with enough that the force closed the door behind him. Rudy! I took a step back, panicking. What? Rudy! My dad shouted and then lunged towards me. I started backpedaling and reached for my door to slam it in his face. But before I could, he scooped me up and started running back to his room. HHHEY. I squirmed and turned to look at my dad. What the heck is Dash? Mom's going into labor and the baby's facing the wrong way. We need you to help with healing magic. I froze, processing that bit of information. And then my eyes widened. What? Wait, hold on, Dash. I rubbed my temple trying to sort things out. So Mom's having a breech delivery, Mama Lily's helping, but right now Dash. My dad kicked the door open and ran inside, tossing me on the ground. I got Rudy! Gah! I rolled and then jumped to my feet. Oh, for fuck, Dash, no cursing. Whatever. A traumatic sight. My mom's sitting in bed, sweating with her lower half visible and a pair of tiny legs stick out of there while screaming in pain. Mama Lily holding her hand and reassuring her. My dad running around the room in circles, tearing his hair out. If this world has a god, I am absolutely going to come after you in the future for making me deal with this BS first thing in the morning. Chapter 38, The Big Emergency. My mom screaming in pain. My dad's panicked screams echoing with hers. Mama Lily reassuring my mom and glaring at my dad. It was a mess. A loud, painful, stressful, and giant mess. First order of business? Kick Dad out of the house. He was making things worse, so I promptly tossed him out with some wind magic and told him to go pick up Silie or something. Next up, resolving the current situation. Breech births were bad. Since the head wasn't coming out first, an extended delivery would be dangerous for both the mother and the baby. Oxygen deprivation, bleeding out, potentially broken bones. I didn't know a lot about it, but I knew it was dangerous. If the baby was still in the womb, then maybe trying to turn it around would be feasible. I was pretty sure that doctors could do that. And Mama Lily had training in deliveries, so she would have tried that. But it seemed like we were past that point. Or rather, my new sibling and sister, judging from the lack of that down there, was already past that point. L. Lily. It hurts. My mom's pain gasps. See, calm down, Zenny. Everything will be fine. Mama Lily held onto my mom's hand and stroked it, trying to reassure her. But I could see panic welling up in her eyes as well. I took a deep breath and then looked at Mama Lily. What should I do? I had ideas, but they were all risky. In a situation like this, it was important to defer to the expert. And that expert was Mama Lily. Was it because of my calm voice? Mama Lily started to relax. She stared at me and then nodded. It hasn't been long, so the situation isn't too bad yet. But... She looked back at my mom and bit her lips. If your mother cannot deliver the baby soon. It hurts. My mom's breath hitched and she said, It hurts, Lily. It will be fine, Zenny. Just push. I'm trying. My stomach churned at hearing my mom in so much pain. But I forced myself to stay calm. I had to stay calm. And I had to stay focused. Because a familiar visitor was floating around outside the window. I could see it. A faint white mist swirling around outside. Whitey. And I could almost imagine that guy laughing at the situation. No. I could actually hear it. A faint low chuckle, muffled and taunting. But I ignored him. Instead, I focused on Mama Lily. Mama Lily bit her lips, her eyes flitting between my mom and my unborn sibling before saying, Rudy. How confident are you in your healing magic? Very. Considering that I used it every day on myself, it was actually the one I was most confident with next to using holy mana for divine strike spells to keep Whitey at bay. Then, Mama Lily stood up and let out a deep sigh. Listen closely to my instructions. Live. Paul kicked off the ground, running towards Bina village. It's fine. It should be fine. Everything's fine. His heart pounded in his chest and his stomach churned. But even so, he forced himself to calm down by repeating those words. Well, he tried to. It should be fine. Lilia was there, and she was an experienced midwife. Well, she had extensive training in delivery at least. And there was Rudy too. His son was a saint-rank magician. Well, in just water, but Roxy had said that his son could easily use anything below that. And his son had also been poring over the healing primer that Zenith got him for his 5th birthday each day for the past year. So it was fine. In the worst-case scenario, they would just cut Zenith open and then heal her after the baby was delivered. A muffled whisper in his head. Like his subconscious trying to get him to worry. Paul shook his head and then grabbed the pendant hanging from his neck. The gift that his hard-working son made for him. He clicked it open. On the heart itself was Zenith's picture. In it, she was smiling with kind eyes. A loving and tender gaze that she honestly hadn't shown him for a while, but that Rudy managed to perfectly reproduce. Seeing that calmed Paul down a bit. And then he looked at the back of the open door. There, another picture was etched into the metal. Lilia, smiling with a gentle and calm gaze. Soft and tranquil, with quiet reassurance. Again, an expression that Paul hadn't ever seen directed towards him. Still, seeing that made him relax. It will be fine. Paul nodded to himself and then closed the pendant, focusing on the path ahead. Law's house was on the far end of Bina village, away from most of the others. Part of that was because Laws enjoyed tranquility and silence. Most of it was because the villagers didn't get along with the half-elf and his family. Especially not after what happened to Sylphie. It was tense, but things eventually settled back down after Rudy started to escort Sylphie back to their place and Paul spent more time with Laws. After all, no matter how much the villagers didn't like the guy, if Laws was Paul's right-hand man, they'd tolerate it. They had to, considering that he was the one both in charge of defense and in charge by the kingdom over the area. Paul noticed something in the distance. He was still far away from the village, but he could see that there was something off. A group of carriages were by the gates. And there was a small crowd around them as well. Merchants? No, that emblem. It was familiar. One that Paul had beaten into his head in the past by his old man. Not to mention one that he saw whenever he made his formal reports. 2 unicorns rearing on their hind legs. A sword pointed downwards in the middle and a crown over its hilt. The Azura Kingdom. Except, that was odd. While the overarching authority for the Fedoa region was definitely the Azura Kingdom, the Boreas family was the region lord. Therefore, if there was an incident, or if there were people coming by to check on him, those people would bear the Boreas emblem, not that of the Azura Kingdom. But those carriages didn't. Which meant that these people had come straight from the capital. Paul frowned and rested his hand over his sword. It was a reflex. And rationally, he knew there was nothing to worry about. Hell, he was doing a better job than most people with his position considering how often he patrolled and cleared out the magical creatures. But something told him this was off. That things could get hairy, especially if he was slow. And his instincts hadn't failed him yet. Paul lowered his body and then focused. One of the meticulous diagrams that he saw when flipping through Rudy's notes. A fragment of an explanation he read by chance. Using the sword god's speedy attack as propulsion, mixing in the fluid movement of water god to sheath the sword and then pivot while maintaining speed, using north god's haphazard footwork to maintain balance. He didn't get the written explanation, but he got the gist of it. So, draw the sword, slash, sheath, and repeat. A flurry of dashes to rapidly close the gap. The distance that should have taken Paul a while to cross was covered in a few minutes. And when he did, he saw them. A group of a dozen knights standing in the middle of the village plaza. One man in particular looked out at the crowd with a condescending expression. Short and greasy black hair parted to the side. A sword on his left, and the Nodo's emblem on his armor, showing that he was the guy in charge. The commander leading the knights. The familiar faces of the villagers filled with concern and worry as they huddled around the knights in a crowd. Paul stopped at the edge of the village and then started walking over. Idly resting his hand on his left hand on his sword, he made his way through the crowd of villagers and then raised his right hand to hail the knights. What a surprise! It's not often we see men from the capital all the way out here. The villagers immediately parted, clearing a path to Paul. And as they did, 3 people remained. Laws, his wife, and Silie huddled behind the 2. Laws reacted first, turning back. When he saw Paul, he let out a sigh of relief before turning back to face the knights. I told you already, there isn't anyone like that here. The knights didn't respond, remaining at attention. But the commander, the man bearing the Nodo's emblem, scoffed. That is exactly what villagers hiding a fugitive would say. Seeing that Paul was ignored, he frowned and walked up to Laws. Keeping a steady eye on the knights, he tilted his head and said, "What's going on?" Laws looked at Paul and said, "These knights said that the Prime Minister issued a warrant for a dangerous criminal here." He pursed his lips and said, "They were just about to start barging into people's homes before you arrived." "Really now?" Paul rested his hand on his sword and stepped forward. "Rude." The knight commander wrinkled his nose and said, "I should say that to you." Daring to step forward while dash. "Where's the warrant?" Paul narrowed his eyes and said, "Even if you're knights from the capital or some high-ranking noble, you don't have the right to search people's homes without proof. So unless you guys can pull one out right now, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." The knight commander narrowed his eyes. "You dare?" Paul laughed. "And you cocky pricks say the same lines even after all this time, huh?" He grinned and idly fiddled with his sword. An easygoing and arrogant attitude. But at the same time, his heart was racing. The situation was weird. If the warrant was real, then why weren't members from the Boreas family here? They were the ones in charge of this region, not the Nodos. And while it was a long shot to expect his cousin Philip to be here since that guy was restricted to his role as the mayor of that fortress city, Paul's boisterous and unyielding Uncle Sorrows was the Lord of Fedoa. He wouldn't let some arrogant men from the capital trounce all over his territory, even with an official warrant. In fact, that guy would march off himself to see if it was true. But then if the warrant wasn't real, why were they here? It was a false pretense. To do what? A chill swept through Paul's heart. At the same time, he heard a muffled whisper in his head. But it was inaudible. Just a faint murmur. He ignored it and focused. The knight commander drew his sword. "Humph." He pointed it at Paul and said, "Obstructing justice is a crime." "Yeah, and so is drawing your blade against civilians." "Ha! As if their lives matter. And since it seems you villagers won't cooperate." The knight commander looked at the villagers before stopping on Silie. Laws's eyes widened and he stepped in front of her. The knight commander laughed. "Well, this area has had magical creatures acting up." Paul tensed. Laws pushed Silie back and said, "Luffy, go to Rudy's house." "Dad." "Luffy!" Silie pursed her lips and stared at the knights, hesitating. Paul shifted his stance, taking a step back with his left foot. Looking at Silie, he said, "Listen to your dad, Silie. And get Rudy fuck." "I forgot. Zenith was giving birth." Paul forgot about it in this mess, but... "This fucking day," Paul muttered. Terrified muttering echoed from around. Tension filled the air as the knight commander swept his gaze around, a sadistic grin on his face. And then... "Men!" the knight commander shouted. With that, the sound of swords being drawn filled the air. Paul drew his sword as well, narrowing his eyes. It'd be tough. 13 guys, one of him. If Silie helped, no. He couldn't ask her to. Even if she was as good at magic as Rudy, she was softer than him. She didn't have the same combat edge that Rudy did and only barely restrained. Should he have opened with him saying he was Paul Greyrat and the knight in charge? No. His brother Paimon was the current head of Nodos, but Paul was still notorious. And there were people who were more than willing to find someone to replace Paimon. Someone like Paul, who was actually the proper heir. Then if they found out about his talented son Rudy. Maybe he shouldn't have been so curious about how Rudy would react if those bastards tried something, because it was sure as hell looking like he was going to find out. Damn it. The Knight Commander grinned and said, "You know the drill." A sudden flash in the distance behind the knights. Coming from the direction of the path to the fortress city Roa. Paul's eyes widened. A rapidly approaching silhouette. One he knew well, and one who he knew the ins and outs of. And from what he recently heard from the letters that he and Philip had been exchanging, someone who was just the right person to fix this mess. If she was coming, and separate from these knights, then Paul's uncle definitely didn't approve of them being here. And if Paul's uncle didn't approve of them being here, he was going to make a ruckus in the capital. And if Paul's uncle was going to make a ruckus in the capital, well, Paul cracked his neck. Might as well see how good I've gotten in. He'd been pretty stressed out with this morning's events. This would be a good distraction. Beating them all might be hard. But he didn't need to do that. All he had to do was buy a few minutes of time. And compared to his monstrous son who was slowly reaching Paul's level, some lazy and arrogant Azura nobles playing as knights were a breeze. The Knight Commander paused and looked at Paul. "Are you resisting?" Paul ignored him and said, "Sylphie. You can fly, right?" A little. At least to your house? Good. Then head back to our place and tell Rudy to come here as soon as he's finished. And that we might be moving soon. In the best case scenario, his old friend was arriving to stop the knights and resolve this, probably not peacefully, but without having to run a coup on the Nodos family to resolve it. In the worst case scenario, Uncle Sorrows was pissed off enough to not help Paul, which meant he was on his own. Which also meant that he'd have to unleash his son on the world. His monstrous son who definitely had a killer instinct from how viciously he sparred with Paul. Who was only 6 years old but a saint-rank magician. And a saint-rank magician who could silently cast spells in an instant, while also fighting with a sword. Huh. Good thing Rudy liked playing fair against him. Probably wouldn't against these assholes though, especially if he knew how that pervert was staring at Sylphie. Okay, Mr. Paul. Then. I'm going. Sylphie nodded. A gust of wind, blasting her off into the air. The Knight Commander narrowed his eyes. You dash. Paul stepped forward and swung his sword. You talk too much. The Knight Commander raised his sword to block and shouted, "Rebel. Men, raise this dash. And you guys are too slow." Paul spun around the blade, pivoting with his heel. Water god style? Humph. Useful and possible. A rapid acceleration without losing speed. Steel clashed against steel and a body flew through the air. Again. Talk too much. Screams filled the air. Panic and worried voices. Footsteps fleeing in every direction. In the corner of his eyes, Paul saw some knights break off to chase them. But the moment they did, a flurry of arrows shot towards them, forcing the knights to stop. Laws lowered his bow and said, "I hope to melees you know what you're doing, Paul." "Don't worry." Paul avoided a blade swung at his head and then flung his sheath at the guy in return. Gah! A knight crumpled and fell to the ground. The Knight Commander roared and ran towards Paul, swinging his sword. Paul easily parried it and laughed. "My 6-year-old son fights better than you. I will get you where you stand and dash." The Knight Commander froze. Paul grinned. "The reason for that. And you call me a muscle brain, Paul. I thought becoming a knight meant you be smarter than this." A cool and suave female voice echoed. The source of the voice was a wild beauty standing behind the knights. Lightly tanned skin, the signature furred coat and treasured sword of a sword king, a pair of fluffy ears, a tail, and a smoking hot trained body that Paul still thought about sometimes when reminiscing about the past. Paul laughed and said, I'm guessing Uncle Sorrows isn't happy about this if you're here, right Ghislaine? H'm. And you must be in a pinch if you're not calling me Musclebrain. The woman. No. Ghislaine de Doldia, the Sword King personally trained by the current Sword God and also the woman currently employed by the Boreas family household in the citadel of Roa. She cracked her neck and said, well, I can understand why considering who these guys are. Now. She gave the knights a feral grin and said, Lord Sorrows expects a proper explanation why the Nodos family sent men across his territory under the flag of the Azura Kingdom. You will oblige, will you not? Live. In a dark void unreachable to any being currently alive, a figure wreathed in white mist clicked his tongue. None of that worked either, huh? What a weird kid. Just what is it that keeps twisting fate to his favor the harder I push? Silence. Then. H'm. Well, if direct attempts on and around him and his immediate surroundings are no good, let's try something more subtle. Chapter 39, Past Stressful Delivery. I slumped into my chair and let out a deep sigh of relief. Mama Lily wiped her hands clean and gave me a fatigued smile. You did a wonderful job, Rudy. Please don't talk to me right now, Mama Lily. My head hurts. Note to self, emotions directly correlate with strength of magic spells and ability to manipulate mana. High tension greatly improves efficiency and effectiveness, at the cost of severe mental fatigue. I was still topped up on mana and I barely did any physical exercise this morning. Even so, I felt more exhausted than I was after sparring all day with my dad and dumping all my mana out. Maybe it was just coming down from an adrenaline high? No, it couldn't be that because my passive healing would wipe that away. Meaning this was all mental, and something I'd have to get over myself. Great! I shook my head and then looked over at the result of dealing with all that stress. My mom was fast asleep, propped up on her bed against a stack of pillows. Cradled in her arms was a beautiful baby girl, also fast asleep. My new younger sister, completely oblivious of all the trouble she caused. Damn. Wish I could do that. A nap-hugging mom sounded great right about now. Mama Lily laughed and then walked over to pat my head. You worked hard, Rudy. She looked back at my mom and my new baby sister before frowning. I don't think this would have ended up as well if you weren't here. I'd rather not imagine that, Mama Lily. Ah. Of course. She frowned and then rubbed her belly. I paused and then narrowed my eyes. Please tell me that you aren't going into labor or something too, Mama Lily. She smiled and then said, Don't worry, Rudy. That's still a few months away. Great. I'm glad I wait. What? I quickly glanced at Mama Lily's belly. I hadn't noticed since she usually wore her loose-fitting maid uniform. But now that I focused on it. Yeah, her belly bigger than usual. Which meant I'm going to have to go through this again in a few months, aren't I? Mama Lily laughed and patted my head. It will be fine. At that time, your mother will be there to help. All that you'll need to do then is to distract your father so that he does not run around like a headless chicken again. Ugh. Don't remind me. You'd think that this was Dad's first time seeing a child being born. Ah. Wait. I was an unusually quiet and problem-free delivery. Okay. I guess I could understand the panic when comparing my little sister's birth to mine. But speaking of Dad, well, I should probably grab Dad now that everything's settled. Knowing him, he might do something stupid from all that stress. Like getting into a bar fight with the villagers with Mr. Laws. Mama Lily smiled and said, That would not surprise me. I glanced back at Mama Lily and said, Do you still need me here, Mama Lily? She waved me off and said, I will take care of your mother and your new sister. I glanced out the window to check on Whitey. Nope. That guy was gone. Knew it. He was probably just waiting for a chance to screw things up here. That ought to show you. Can't make me panic that easily, you dick. HM. Maybe I should stop trash talking with Dad in our spars. Might be getting a bit of a temper. I shifted my gaze back to Mama Lily and said, then. I'm going to take a walk to clear my head. Error. I glanced at Mama Lily's belly and said, you don't feel any pangs or any signs that my other baby brother or sister is getting impatient either, do you? Since I had healed Mama Lily's legs a while back now, she had been starting up sword practice and staying in shape, so I wasn't worried about her health. But it will be fine, Rudy. That's not a no or a yes. Mama Lily laughed and said, well, even in that worst-case scenario. She lifted her bracelet and said, I paid careful attention to your instructions on this gift. I am at least confident enough to hold on until you return. I hesitated. Maybe I should dash. Rudy! A panicked young girl's voice. No, not just any young girl's voice. Sylphie's. I narrowed my eyes and ran out of my parents' room. My room was still open. It seemed like my dad never shut the door after grabbing me. Since that was the case, I reached out with a thread of earth mana as I ran past my bedroom and used it to summon my sword from my room. My real sword. A silver flash flew through the air as I pulled the unsheathed blade into my hand. Heavy. It was still a bit too big for me to use properly. But that didn't mean I couldn't use it. I tossed it in the air and then focused, drawing out a thread of earth mana and weaving it into the sword. Metal could hold mana. Steel wasn't the best for all types of mana, but if it was earth mana. A faint vibration and a low hum. The blade and mana bonding together and abiding by my will. Good. I ran out the house, 5 barrier magic circles primed in my left hand and 6 attack magic circles primed with the wand in my right. Earth, fire, wind, ice, lightning, and water. Sylphie was never panicked. So if she was shouting my name like that, something happened. And since I told Dad to go grab her, that meant the something involved my dad. And also since she was panicked, that meant the something had to be dangerous. Sylphie! I looked up, scanning the area for her. Where are you? What happened? A gust of wind blew from above and then Sylphie landed on the ground. She ran up to hug me and said, it's scary. Some strange men wearing armor showed up at the village and said they'd burn it down if we didn't show them where a criminal was. But then Mr. Paul showed up and then they started fighting and I don't know what to do. Sylphie trembled against me, tears streaming down her face. Shoo. It's fine. It'll be all right. I hugged her and then patted her back. Calm. I had to stay calm about this. All right, me. Think. Strange men wearing armor, that had to be knights. Probably from the capital. But Dad was the one in charge, so that was weird. And apparently, he was cozy with the one in charge of this region, so they wouldn't send knights over to audit him. Unless the kingdom were suspicious of the region lord and wanted to get a closer look at things? There had been an uptick in magical creatures apparently. No. Not important. Think about what to do. Sylphie was crying in my arms. Mom and my new sister were both exhausted. Mama Lily was keeping an eye on them, but she was apparently pregnant as well and close to the end of the second trimester from what she implied. Dad was dealing with things in the village, and there were knights attacking with the pretense of looking for a criminal. Was it real? Fake? I didn't know, but either way, there was a fight going on. The problem was, I grit my teeth and looked around. I didn't see any signs of Whitey. But that was obvious. From that laugh I heard earlier, he was satisfied with this result. Damn it. That guy was smarter than I gave him credit for. He pulled off a Zanato's gambit while I was thinking I had pulled one over on him. If I ran over to help Dad, he could try something here with Mom and Mama Lily being defenseless. And since Sylphie was a crying mess from terror and anxiety, she wouldn't be able to stop his manipulations. And since he pulled a fast one on me, I really didn't want to test if my protective magic items were enough. If I stayed here though and the situation was bad enough in the village, people could get hurt. And if the knights were being as cliched as the setup seemed to be, they were here to cause as much destruction as possible and hush things up. Maybe to use the increased magical creatures as an excuse to raise the area. But even if nothing happened here and I ran over to help my dad, if we won and took care of the knights, that was an even bigger problem. My dad was a low-ranking knight in charge of Bina village. While he had some say, he really didn't have anything at all. And while my mom was technically a noble from Miles, she had run away from home and was probably disowned. Meaning that we didn't have any sway there either. And since Mama Lily was supposed to be a disposable maid in the Azura Kingdom's concubine palace. Our Rudy! Sylphie looked up at me and said, "What do we do?" I patted her head and frowned, thinking. How many knights were there? You Sylphie started to calm down. I think 13? She took a deep breath and then shook her head. No. I'm sure. There were 13 knights there. Was Mr. Laws there with Dad? Why yes. My dad is there too. But when you saw the knights, how strong was the silver mana in them? Sylphie blinked. Silver mana? I nodded. Right. Silver mana. They're knights, so their mana should be silver. That was what I figured anyway. People who specialized in sword fighting instead of magic had their mana turn silver, like Mama Lily and my dad. Well, mine didn't. But I was an exception to a lot of things. How bright was it? More than Mama Lily's? Less? You Sylphie stopped to think. At that time, footsteps echoed from behind me. Rudy? Mama Lily's voice called out. What's wrong? Sylphie looked over and then her eyes lit up. Oh! They were about the same. I glanced back to look at Mama Lily. About the same, huh? Mama Lily was around an intermediate-ranked sword fighter when she was working at the palace. Since then, she had gotten weaker, but because she was also training again recently, she should roughly be on that level. Then that should be fine then. 13 intermediate-ranked swordsmen, that wasn't a problem for my dad. Especially if he had backup. Although there was the chance that Whitey was planning something still. No. I trust my dad. He was silly and immature, but he pulled through when it counted. And he was also a ridiculous genius when it came to the sword, and if he really did flip through my sword notes journal, then he would probably be pulling off some ridiculous stunts right about now. I just hope he didn't flip far enough to read my notes about Ultra Instinct and Combat Flow though. I really hope he didn't flip far enough to read about Ultra Instinct and Combat Flow. Because damn it, that was going to be a pain to have to deal with later if he did. Liv. I'm impressed. Ghislaine crossed her arms and looked at the knights rolling around on the ground, moaning. You got stronger, Paul. Paul sheathed his sword and frowned. I guess so. Ghislaine blinked. You guess so? What, have you not been training? I don't know if you can call sparring with Rudy training. Ah. No, I guess he's seriously trying to smack my face all the time, so it pretty much is. But Paul looked at his sword and at the dozen knights sprawled out on the ground. Guess the secret really is to just not think. Trust in your body, trust in your training, trust in your instincts, and then just move. That was what Rudy's note said at the end. Paul didn't get it, but just that little nugget of info was enough for him to clear out that group of knights. Ah, no. There was still one person remaining. I am possible. The knight commander pointed at Paul and said, Why is there a sword saint stationed here? No one told me dash. A flash of steel, followed by a low thud. The knight commander crumpled to the ground, knocked out by the hilt of Paul's thrown sword. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. I thought you hated using North God techniques. Paul walked over to pick up his blade and sheathed it. Yeah, well, I've had to get over a lot of things in recent years. He looked over at Laws and some of the other village guard, quelling the panic, and then shook his head. If it can protect the people I care about, I don't mind being shameless. Ghislaine paused and stared at Paul. What? Heh. Seems like Zenith really reined you in, huh? Paul laughed. Well, her and Lilia. Lilia? Ghislaine blinked. Seems like I've missed out on a lot. Well, if a certain musclehead bothered to learn how to read, I might have sent you letters to keep you up to date. Ghislaine rested her hand on her sword and narrowed her eyes. Say that again. Paul laughed. But then he turned serious and looked to the fallen knights groaning on the ground. So Uncle Sorrows sent you here, huh? Meaning these guys were sneaking around like actual rats. Seeing Paul shift tone, Ghislaine turned serious as well. That's right. She looked at the knights on the ground and said, I don't know what got in the head of these idiots to think they could just run around like this, but Lord Sorrows wants them back at the Citadel of Roa for questioning. She frowned and said, it seems like there might be some turmoil down in the capital. Paul rubbed his chin, frowning. He didn't like this. The fact that Azura Knights went all the way out here, and the fact that there was even an arrogant prick from the Nodos family. It was weird. No, not just weird. It was dangerous. Paul thought he left all of that behind, but if those guys showed up here of all places. Seems like I might need to pay a visit to my cousin and uncle. Ghislaine blinked and then lifted the eye patch over her right eye to stare at Paul. Paul blinked. What are you doing? Huh. Not an imposter. She lowered her eye patch and said, looks like being a parent really does change you. Well, like Paul froze. Ghislaine frowned. Did I say something wrong? I forgot about the baby. What do you dash? Thanks, Ghislaine. Tell Uncle and Philip I'll visit later. He spun around and started sprinting back home. Ack! Rudy's not going to let me live this down, is he? Wait! Explained Dash. Before Ghislaine could finish, Paul dashed off, using the same technique he did earlier to go back home. Swing the sword, sheath, gather speed, repeat. Live. Ghislaine watched Paul hurry off and then clicked her tongue. I thought he was retiring with Zenith. What the hell has he been doing out here in the middle of nowhere? That technique Paul was using, since when could he perfectly combine flow from the water god style and the long sword of silence from the sword god style? And when could he use that as a movement technique? She glanced back at the fallen knight commander and said, that guy called Paul a sword saint, but it wasn't technically wrong. Using the long sword of silence didn't require consciously using battle aura. But the fact that Paul could repeatedly use that technique to move meant that he had to be using battle aura in order to not wear himself out. Especially since he was continuously speeding up by redirecting that force with flow to move faster. I think Paul's a bit stronger than that? Ghislaine was curious. She wanted to see just how much stronger Paul got, and she was also curious about the kid that he and Zenith had. Well, let's save that for next time. First off, she had to get these numbskulls back to Lord Sorrows. And then she had to deal with that feisty young lady she was teaching who kept trying to do night ambushes to get out of lessons. Then there was helping Philip find a proper tutor who wouldn't run away like a chicken after meeting the young lady. Ghislaine sighed. Working a proper job sure is hard. Chapter 40, The Wind of Fate. Dad came back in a nervous wreck, but that was mostly because he was worried about Mom and my new baby sister. When it came to the events in the village, it seemed like things worked out. Apparently, an old friend came by to help sort things out for him, so we didn't have to worry about anything. Though Dad mentioned that he'd be making a trip to the Citadel of Roa in the future. Something about meeting with the family and talking about his job. That was a red flag. And I tried asking more to find out exactly why, but Dad kept brushing me off and saying that he would handle it. I really wanted to know, but a nosy kid like me would only make things worse. And he also seemed to be doing his best to play cool and not make me worry, so I let it be. Didn't mean I wasn't worried though. Considering all that Whitey did in the past, I was really concerned that he might be trying to do some sort of political scandal thing where he pinned blame on my dad somehow and tried getting us excommunicated from the kingdom by being branded as traitors. At least, that was how these developments usually went. I think. Past life memories were pretty much gone now, with only random bits of knowledge popping up like a search engine in my head, so I could only trust that I wasn't misremembering stuff. Hopefully I wasn't. Well, even if I was, that seemed reasonable enough. Which meant that I needed to prep more. And think about what the heck Whitey was trying to do. But I set that aside for the moment. After my dad came back, my new baby sister woke up and started crying. Because of that, my mom woke up as well. Dad got all super warm and fuzzy and actually looked like a dad for once when he hugged and congratulated Mom. And Mama Lily was proud too. They tried to pull me into the happy atmosphere, but since Sylphie was still here, I dragged her outside to play. Well, I said play, but it was mostly to get my racing mind to calm down. Right. Let's not think about the fact that there might be a mounted platoon of knights or something coming our way soon. Or that Dad might go visit his formerly disavowed family and then get roped into trouble or accepting blame for something he didn't do. Or the fact that this might be about people trying to silence Mama Lily for not actually dying in that assassination attempt and that there might be people out for her. Or that. A cold splash of ice on my face. Pwah! I spat out the snow in my mouth and then glared at Sylphie. What was that for? Sylphie huffed and said, Rudy's ignoring me. I thought you said you wanted to come play. Sorry, Sylphie. I took a deep breath and wiped the snow off my face. After that, I took a look around, purposefully taking in my surroundings to cut off my train of thoughts. Our house, without a trace of Whitey's mana floating around. Mom's tree in the distance, now emitting holy and healing mana to the surroundings after growing for a year. Our courtyard, filled with beautiful flowers and saplings that my mom and Mama Lily were carefully growing over the past year. A faint baby's cries echoing from inside the house, followed with my parents' panicked chatter and Mama Lily's calm reassurances, and occasional laugh. It was fine. We were fine. Everything was fine. Even if it might not be in the future, right now things were fine. So, calm down. And the best way to calm down. I walked over to Sylphie. Yeah. Sylphie blinked and tilted her head. What are you doing, Rudeus? I gave her a hug and said, thanks, Sylphie. You're always the best at calming me down. Sylphie tensed and then she laughed and hugged me back. You're welcome, Rudy. Feeling better? Feeling better. I stepped back and smiled. Sorry about that. Sylphie tucked a strand of her green hair behind her ears and then let out a bright smile. It's okay. So, what are we going to play today? Well, I thought about it. Sylphie had been terrified today. She saw the knights and didn't know what to do or how to react. And I hadn't been there with her, so she panicked. That wasn't good. So, I grabbed Sylphie's hand and walked her towards the open grassland through the gates and past our courtyard. I want to practice manipulating some earth mana today, so how about I make some mud dummies and you try to cut them up? Ooh! That sounds fun. What are the rules? You win if you manage to make my dummies stop moving. I win if I tag you with one. Got it? K. Great. Then. I stepped back and held out my left hand, causing 5 earth magic circles to spin. Let's get started. Live. In the middle of the strife zone within the central continent, far to the southeast of the Fedoa region and Bina village. There, a single young woman walked out from a collapsing cavern. She adjusted her pointed hat with her left hand, her blue hair billowing in the wind from the destruction behind her. As she did that, she held up her right hand, idly staring at a small floating crystal above her palm. Interesting. Roxy Magurdia. Wandering adventurer, Renoa Magic University alumni, the Runic Thousand Master, but most importantly to her, Rudy's master. She stared at the glowing crystal and then clenched her hand. When she did, the crystal dissolved before turning into blue threads, briefly flickering into a magic circle. But then that circle vanished. Roxy looked out into seemingly empty space and said, "That's one more hypothesis confirmed." She let out a wry smile and said, "Though I wonder just how my cute disciple is doing." She looked up at the blue sky and said, "It's been almost 2 years now, hasn't it, Rudy? Master's doing her best with this gift you gave, but it's kind of lonely." She sighed and then rummaged in her bag before pulling out another map. "Well, I'll just have to keep working hard. Knowing you, you're probably already trying out Emperor rank magic, so Master's gotta keep up. Though." She looked up and then waved her hand. Space rippled before something emerged in the air around Roxy. Something invisible to most people in the world, and understandable to only 2. Hundreds, no, thousands of magic circles intricately woven in an elaborate pattern. Control modules, elemental circles, broken down magic spells replicated in composite melted magic circles. Roxy reached out to her right and then grabbed the magic circle she made from the magic crystal and fit it inside the intricate magical array. After that, she sighed and said, "Masters really are the worst, aren't they? Taking credit for their disciples' works and then stealing their ideas." She flicked her left hand, dismissing the magical array. When it was gone, she adjusted her hat and said, "Well, Master will just have to make sure to give you a proper present for your 10th birthday then." "Ah. But if I want to do that, I should probably have a stable job, A faint flicker of color far in the distance. A pure white mist, and one that only showed up when Roxy looked at it through her mage sight. Odd. That should be in the direction of the Chiron Kingdom. An unknown mana phenomenon. Not only that, but one that probably only Roxy and Rudy could see considering how slippery that mana felt. Well, I suppose working as a court magician for a few years should be a nice change of pace. And it would be great to be able to try out some new spells instead of creating new ones. Roxy adjusted her hat and then started walking off. As she did, monsters and bandits lurking nearby lunged out to attack her from behind. Arrows, swords, claws and talons, various attacks shot out to try and cut her down. But Roxy didn't notice, still lost in thought. She also didn't need to notice. On its own, the magical array activated, immediately repelling the attacks with 10-fold magic barriers before sending out a counterattack barrage of spells. Screams and death cries filled the air. But Roxy didn't even notice that, still wrapped up in her thinking. Chiron Kingdom is small, but it's fairly old. A place like that should have some deep resources in terms of knowledge, but the combat forces should be low. There's a high chance of at least some king-ranked spell books. Maybe 1 or 2 emperor-ranked. Then if I take note of those, it would be good to start exchanging letters with Rudy and comparing notes. Ah, but what if someone reads them? I should look into mana-conducive material. If I write a normal letter on that but write my notes in mana. Like that, Roxy Magurdia. Wandering Adventurer, Renoa Magic University Alumni, the Runic Thousand Master, Rudy's Master, and the Callous Witch of Destruction made her way to Chiron Kingdom, looking for a new job. Chapter 42, Slifiette. Rudy was worried. He tried to keep it from Sylphie, but he wasn't very good at hiding it. That made Sylphie sad. It wasn't fair. Ever since Rudy showed up to save her in the forest, he made every day fun. He taught her how to use magic, showed her how beautiful the world really was after helping her see mana, and he made her have confidence in herself. Made her see that she wasn't some demon freak who didn't have any value. Not only that, but Rudy went out of his way to cheer her up. Whenever she felt sad, whenever she was worried, even earlier, when she was terrified about the nights, he was calm and tried to reassure her. Patting her head, he carefully thought about the situation and then told her everything would be fine. But it wasn't. She could see it. Before, he always smiled and gave his full attention to her as they played. But now, he still smiled, and he still paid attention to her. But there were moments where his smile dimmed just a bit, where he got a bit distracted and missed what she said or what she did. And considering how smart and cool Rudy was, that meant it was serious. Sylphie didn't understand it. She didn't know why those knights came to the village or why that one man stared at her with those scary eyes. She didn't know why her father or Mr. Paul seemed so worried. But she knew that something had happened. And even though Rudy was just a kid and the adults said they would take care of it, Rudy was still worried. Sylphie wanted to help. She wanted to grab Rudy and say to tell her what's wrong. She wanted to pat his head and tell him that everything would be okay too. But she couldn't. So instead, "Good morning, Sylphie's mom." Sylphie blinked, drawn out of her thoughts by Rudy's voice. It was the usual cheerful greeting. As always, Rudy showed up at their house in the morning and greeted Sylphie's mom, who was tending to the garden outside. "My." Sylphie's mom laughed and said, "As early as ever, Rudy?" "Of course. I can't keep Sylphie waiting for me." A bright and cheery voice. Again, the usual. But it wasn't. Sylphie could tell. It was just a bit too bright. A tiny bit too cheery. As if he was faking it so that he would believe it himself. Sylphie would know. She used to do the same thing. But, well, feel free to come inside. I'm sure Sylphie will be out in a bit. Thank you, Miss Sylphie's mom. Sylphie's mom laughed. Shortly after that, the front door opened. Sylphie took a deep breath and then took a look around the room. The intricately carved white one that Rudy made for her. The hand-sewn sweatshirt her mother made. The carved wooden pendant by her father. Grabbing her precious belongings, Sylphie put on her clothes and then walked out of her room. As she did, she smiled and said, "Good morning, Rudy." "Sylphie!" Rudy waved at her, a bright smile on his face. Like always, he wore the carefully knitted scarf from Miss Lilia. Beneath that, he also wore a fancy blue pendant that he received from his master, Miss Roxy. The healing book from Miss Zenith was secured on his back in a stone holster. Just like with Sylphie, he carried his important belongings on him wherever he went. As for his outfit, he wore a loose white shirt, simple gray trousers, and boots. The one he received from his master hung on his right side, clipped to a holster on his belt. It was the same outfit that he had been wearing since summer started. But there was a difference today. On his left side, opposite his wand, there was another weapon. One that Sylphie had seen a lot, but one that she had never seen Rudy carry. His sword. The real sword that Mr. Paul gave him for his 5th birthday, not the practice one that he used to spar with Mr. Paul. The one that could really hurt things. "Rudy." Sylphie tilted her head, staring at the sword. Rudy noticed and laughed. "Oh, this?" He rested his left hand on the sword hilt and said, "It's cool, right? I thought that since I'm getting bigger, it might be fun to carry it around like Dad. I've got to get used to wearing it sometime, you know? Can't just let it gather dust in my room all day." That was a lie. Rudy was tricky like that. Whenever he was trying to avoid telling the truth, or whenever there was something he lied about, he always talked a lot more to cover it up. It was something Sylphie noticed after hanging out with him for so long. There were a few things like that where Rudy acted the same way. Like whenever Sylphie asked how he knew so much, Rudy rambled a bit about how he read a lot of books and asked a lot of questions to Miss Roxy when she was teaching him. But instead of just saying that, he went on to say how anyone else could have known as much as he did, and that Sylphie probably would have known as much too if she had a good teacher. A long story. Whenever Rudy was uncomfortable or wanted to not say something, he said a bunch of other things instead that the other person wanted to hear. The adults didn't notice it. Maybe because they were smarter than Sylphie, they were tricked by Rudy's words and believed him. But Sylphie knew better. Part of it was because she didn't understand everything Rudy said, but most of it was because she knew Rudy. Her best friend was someone who didn't really like talking. He was super thoughtful and made sure people knew he appreciated them with his actions instead. Like for her, Rudy always made sure to pat her head or hug her or do high fives when she did good. For his mom and Miss Lilia, he made sure to hug them whenever he left and when he got back. For Mr. Paul. Well, recently Rudy had been saying bad words to him a lot, but he still hugged Mr. Paul when he got back from work too. So for Rudy to talk a lot, it either meant that something was really important, or that he was trying to hide something really important. Sylphie? Rudy blinked and tilted his head. Are you not feeling good? Sylphie smiled and then went up to hug Rudy. I'm feeling great, Rudy. I just can't believe how cool you look like that. Rudy stiffened. It was just for a little bit. But then he relaxed and hugged her back. I know, right? I finally look like a real swordsman. Well, even though I keep getting beat up by my dad. Sylphie let go of Rudy and then smiled. That's because you aren't using magic. Well, yeah. That's the point of practicing my sword skills. If I use magic, that's cheating. After saying that, Rudy turned around and started walking out of the house, taking the lead as always. And this time, also resting his left hand on his sword instead of keeping it loose like he usually did. But Sylphie ignored that. Instead, she laced her hands behind her back and started walking behind Rudy. She hummed and said, well, maybe you should cheat. Mr. Paul's been beating up on you too hard recently, hasn't he? Rudy laughed. As tempted as I am to do that. I don't think that's a good idea. He frowned and muttered, Dad might do something crazy and come up with a way to cut mana or something if I do a wait. Maybe I should then? Oh yeah, and maybe I should get around to finishing Mage Vision for everyone else too. That'll make things easier to explain. But I already tried giving the magic circle to them and it didn't stick. Does it depend on mana affinity? But then why can't Mom? Hearing Rudy trail off into a long train of thought again, Sylphie laughed. Rudy flinched and then rubbed the back of his head. He let out an embarrassed smile and said, Sorry, Sylphie. Got lost in thought for a bit again. It's fine, Rudy. I like that part of you anyway. Rudy laughed and patted Sylphie's head with his left hand, forgetting about his sword for a moment. And I like you too, Sylphie. Sylphie smiled. As they passed by the garden, Sylphie's mom called out and said, Oh? Leaving already? She stood up and brushed off her hands on her dress. Are you sure you don't want to stay for breakfast, Rudy? And you, Sylphie? I'm planning to bake an apple honey pie today, you know? Sylphie gasped. Really? Sylphie's mom nodded and said, Really? She smiled at Sylphie and said, I have to do something to congratulate Zenith on the new baby girl, so I was going to bring one over later when your father got back. But if you two stay, you can help me taste the practice one. Rudy hesitated, placing his left hand back on his sword hilt. I don't know dash. Sylphie grabbed Rudy's left hand. He blinked and said, Sylphie? Sylphie stared into her best friend's eyes. He was worried. He hid it well, but his expressive green eyes couldn't hide it. At least, not to her. And he had been worried and stressed out for so long now. So, let's play here today. Sylphie? Rudy blinked. You want to play here? Sylphie nodded. Rudy takes me to his house all the time to play, but that's not fair. I don't have as many things as Rudy does, but I want Rudy to be comfortable at my house too. She looked down and then said, Is that no good? Geez. Rudy let out a long laugh and said, Fine, fine. He placed his hand on Sylphie's head and said, We'll play over here today. Ah, you said you had a lot of books to read, right? Sylphie's eyes lit up. That's right. She dragged Rudy back inside the house and said, I have a lot, but my favorite one is about a dragon and an elf princess. A dragon and an elf princess, huh? Seems like some story. Machum. You see, a long time ago, there was this dragon that everyone thought was evil. He was really lonely and got used to being by himself. But then one day, he met a beautiful kind elf princess. Chapter 42, Inversion Impulse. Time passed. For a few weeks after the incident, I was stressed out of my mind that knights would come marching in branding Dad a traitor and trying to execute everyone in the village. Because of that, it seemed like I was neglecting Sylphie a bit. At least enough to where she got worried. So after the one day where she quietly held my hand and asked me to play over at her house, to just quietly read together. After that, I decided to take it easy for a bit. It wasn't good to be acting like this. First of all, I was still just a kid. Even if I might have access to a bunch of random bits of information that made me smarter than I was, and even if I was technically a reincarnated adult. I didn't have any of the life experience to go along with it. Well, other than the soul-rending regret that occasionally still gnawed at my heart. But that was getting better. Helped a lot that Mom and Dad and Mama Lily were all proud of me. Also helped a lot that my sisters were super cute and didn't look at me like I was the source of all their misery and despair. Oh, right. I got another sister now. Unlike my first sister's dramatic birth, my second sister was born a few months later without much hassle. I went out to play with Sylphie one day reading some more books with her, and when I came back home, Dad was there crying tears of happiness with a baby girl in his arms, and Mama Lily already back on her feet. Mama Lily was definitely built different, just like Sylphie it seemed. At least when it came to giving birth. And judging from how in disbelief my mom was when I got back, yeah. Definitely built different. My first baby sister was named Norn. By Mom, of course. Dad wanted to call her a boring name like Jane. Seriously. Not that there was anything wrong with the name Jane, but considering we lived in a world where the norm seemed to be fancier European-style names, a plain name like that. Well, Mom wasn't having it, so Norn it was. Though it didn't seem like she knew the part about Norns being goddesses in charge of fate. A bit ironic considering that Whitey seemed to be doing his best to get rid of. Wait. Norn, dead end. Affair. Huh. I thought that guy was just talking about random gibberish, but... Note to self, investigate the hypothesis that Whitey might actually be similar to a certain being X and trying to influence things in this world. Also investigate the hypothesis that Whitey might be trying to ruin my life in some way and make me blow my lid. Actually, that seems pretty reasonable. In that case. Yeah, being W was more fitting. Also gotta work on memory palace techniques in that case. In the off chance that Whitey being W was a divine being and tried to contact me through a mental connection, I definitely needed to show him just what a real god could do when given absolute authority over a world. Just like in lucid dreams. Oh wait. That might actually be handy. Second note to self, see if you can figure out a way to induce lucid dreaming. That would definitely be a way to add more hours to the day for magic research and save me time fleshing out hypotheses. What was I talking about again? Oh, right. Sisters. Anyway, first baby sister was Norn. She was a beautiful, normal, and very loud baby girl. Also didn't seem to be a reincarnator like me. Well, unless she was a world-class actor. In that case, kudos to her. Wish she wouldn't though. It'd be nice to chat to someone about Earth and see if I was actually remembering real things. My second baby sister, born to Mama Lily, was named Aisha. Unlike with Norn, Dad actually came up with the name. It seemed like he took Mom's disdain to heart and thought hard about it. Though Mama Lily told me later that she was originally going to go with Jane since she liked it, but went along with Dad instead since my mom seemed to be happy about it too. But anyway, Norn and Aisha. My two new baby sisters. With them born, the days became much shorter by virtue of having to take care of two very needy additions to our family. Mostly because my mom and dad were terrible at actual parenting. Thankfully, Mama Lily wasn't, and I had baby siblings in my previous life, so I somehow remembered how to hold, entertain, and feed my new sisters. Somehow. Memory was weird. Anyway, more time passed. My time with Sylphie somehow turned more into story time as we teamed up to play with my sisters to give my parents some rest. My mom and my dad were sleep-deprived and mostly zombies in the day until I jolted them awake with some light healing magic. Not sure if it was healthy, but they looked like they dropped dead from sheer exhaustion otherwise, so hopefully it was. Though Mama Lily was actually super energetic even while waking up in the middle of the night to take care of Aisha. Again, built different. Though maybe it was because she really enjoyed the unconditional love that Aisha gave her in return and was high off of being a mother and all the feel-good hormones considering how terrible her life had been up until now. Probably that. Dad was out of the house more often these days, having to put in extra work to make up for the new mouths to feed. He also seemed to be hard at work trying to convince his boss of something since I noticed him using his office more often both writing and reading letters. But things seemed to be fine. He was the same as usual during our training sessions. No. He was annoyingly stronger than usual. To make sure that didn't happen in the future, I destroyed my notebook. Couldn't risk another genius finding that and becoming as stupid broken as my dad. I had memorized everything anyway, so I could always recreate it if I needed to. But anyway, time marched on. Peaceful days once again. I turned 7 years old. The seasons came and went. And then when winter rolled around my dad made an announcement. It was during the evening. Dinner time. Laws had already come to pick Sylphie up, so it was just our little family. Me, sitting next to Dad. Mom across from him and Mama Lily across from me. Then Norn and Aisha fast asleep in cradles next to Mom and Mama Lily. After my dad finished eating, he set down his silverware and said, "I'm going to the Citadel of Roa to talk with my uncle and cousin." Silence. My mom responded first. She frowned and said, "Why? I thought you cut all ties with your family, Paul?" Mama Lily nodded and said, "Yes. And the Greyrats in general are infamous for being despicable nobles. Is it not better to disassociate from that crowd?" Paul laughed and said, "Yeah. We Greyrats, speaking about my side of the family, at least. We're pretty bad. I mean, look at me, right?" I frowned. "Dad. You're a good person." "Stop that." Paul paused and then a weird expression crossed his face. Kind of a smile, but also kind of a frown. Like he wasn't sure what expression to decide on. But then he sighed and settled with a faint smile before patting my head. "Thanks, son." That was a red flag. I felt my stomach churn and said, "You aren't going to turn yourself in or anything, right? Or admit to crimes? I thought you said that the night situation was settled. Is it not settled?" Rudy dash. I stood up. I felt my heart pound in my chest, but forcibly kept it calm. No, I tried to keep it calm. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if? If something happened to Dad? No. I shook my head and then grabbed his hand, pulling it down. "No! I won't let you go." Norn sniffled and then started crying. Shortly after that, Aisha started crying as well. My mom stood up and walked over to grab Norn. Cradling Norn against her chest, my mom cooed and said, There, Norn. It's fine." Mama Lily picked Aisha up as well. Cradling her, Mama Lily smiled and said, "Calm down, little one. Everything will be all right." When I saw that, I flinched. But I didn't back down. I glared at my dad and said, "I won't let you go. If you're going, I'm coming with you." My dad frowned and then he cocked his head towards the front door and said, "Let's have this talk outside. We shouldn't wake up your sisters." Fine. I stood up and walked out first. As I did, I heard my mom call out to my dad. "Paul dash. It's fine, Zenith. We won't be long." A gust of wind, carrying with it powdery snow. I scowled and then swung my left hand, batting it all away. At that time, my dad walked out. He stared at me and said, "You seem pretty pissed about my little field trip, Rudy." Don't joke around with me, Dad. I glared at him and said, why are you going to meet them? Tell me. Maybe your old man just wants to catch up and make amends? Why are you so worried? Because that's not why. I narrowed my eyes and said, if it was, we would all go. My dad raised an eyebrow. In this weather? When your sisters are barely a few months old? If you know that, why are you going now? They need you here more than ever. Mom does. Mama Lily does. I do. I'm so proud of you. A phantom of a memory I didn't have anymore. A soft and tired voice I couldn't even remember. I felt my stomach churn and then clenched my fists. Glaring at my dad, I said, if you're going to try and talk things over because the incident with the knights caused problems, I'm coming with you. I couldn't allow it. I couldn't lose my dad again. Not like this. My dad fiddled with the sword he always carried on his left side. And what makes you think I'd let you? I grabbed the one I always carried on my right side and said, what makes you think I'd let you? I swung it up, causing the winds to howl and ice to scatter. I'm not letting my dad do something stupid to get himself killed. Karma really is a bitch, huh? Wadash. A sudden burst of killing intent from behind. But it was different. Not my dad's. I flung out my left hand and threw up a wall of barriers. 5 magic circles stacked on top of each other. The sound of shattering glass. All of them broken in a single blow. And then a crimson flash aiming for my head. My eyes widened and then I instinctively sent out a gust of wind, sending me up. When I did, I caught a brief glimpse of my attacker. A woman with tan skin and a fur coat. A long mane of silver hair, reminiscent of a wolf. One eye was dark, but the other was an eerie green color shining even in the snowy night. But that wasn't all. Unlike my dad, her mana was like a silver sun, blazing throughout her whole body and lighting it up. A split second. That was how long I had to examine her. And in the next, she was gone. No, not gone. If she was that fast dash. 5 in my left. 6 in my right. I quickly formed magic circles and stacked magic barrier on top of itself. The moment I did that, I saw a crimson arc from above. A heaving impact. The sound of shattering glass. But this time, it didn't make it all the way through. 9 broke, but 2 remained. The woman pressed against me with her sword, sparks flying as she tried to break through my last 2 barrier spells. But as I stared at her, I noticed that she wasn't focusing on that. Instead, she was staring at me. Specifically, at my eyes. Natural demon eyes? I clicked my tongue and then swept my wand out again, blasting her with a 6-fold wind ball. At least, that was what I planned. But before I could even start that, she pulled her sword back and then kicked me to the ground. Coo! I got the wind knocked out of my lungs, but I smacked my chest with healing mana and quickly stood back up, glaring at her. The woman fell to the ground, landing with a soft impact. After that, she sheathed her sword and tilted her head, examining me. My dad walked over to her and said, "What do you think, Ghislaine?" "Not bad." The woman. "No," Ghislaine nodded her head and said, "Another year or so and he'd be a monster." I'd never even heard or seen a magician able to block an attack with barrier spells and react so quickly. Right? My dad turned to look at me. "But it's still not enough." "Yeah. If you want to do that, he'll get killed before you walk through the front gates." I grit my teeth and said, "What the hell is going on here, Dad?" My dad sighed and said, "It'll take too long to explain. And knowing you. No. Knowing your temper, if I do, you'll probably do something reckless. So let's make a deal." He pointed at Ghislaine and said, "If you beat her, I'll tell you what's going on. If you lose, well, you stay here to protect your moms and sisters while I make a little trip with this busted big sister." A lecherous grin. A sly gaze at the woman filled with lust. The woman noticed and then growled back at him. A playful sound. I saw red. Stay away from my dad, you bitch. Chapter 43, Wheel of Fate is turning. I didn't know who she was. I didn't know why she was here. But I knew one thing. It was because of her. It had to be because of her. My dad wouldn't act like that unless he got tempted by her. So kill her then. Right. I just had to kill her. If I killed her, then everything would be fine. If I killed her, then my dad wouldn't have to leave. No. Why stop at her? She might be the reason why my dad was leaving right now. But the purpose was that trip. Then kill them too. The stupid nobles who thought they could do everything because they had power. The stupid corrupt knights who ran rampant taking advantage of their authority in the name of justice. The king who allowed all of this. Yeah. Let's do that. But first. The red in my vision vanished. At the same time, my heart calmed down. No. Not calm. It ran cold. Like the regrets lingering in the depths of my soul. A chilling, biting sensation in my heart. I held up my left hand and tilted my head, thinking. Tick. Time slowed to a halt. At the same time, I heard a soft tick in my head. Like a mechanical pocket watch being wound back. And like that, I had time. She was fast. Faster than Dad. Faster than any person should be able to move. That sword slash was as fast as light. If I hadn't reflexively acted, I would have been cut. No. She was holding back. By all rights, I should have been cut by that attack. Tick. I couldn't move that fast. Even though I had been speeding up my body's adaptation to the intense training to try and catch up with my dad, it was far from enough. It was just too large a gap to close, even when pushing my body to its limits. Too large because my body was still just that of a child's and far before its major growth period. Maybe that would be different later, but for now, it wasn't enough. I could kill her. I had more than enough ways to kill her. But I would be cut down before I could use any one of those. Her glowing eyes seemed to be able to detect the flow of mana. I wasn't sure if it was the same as how my eyes worked, but it was similar enough to where I couldn't pull off any big spells. There just wasn't enough time for it. Tick. So then I had to slow her down. Change the battlefield to one I could move in. If no cards I had were strong enough, I just had to chain them to make it work. A 2 and a 3 in poker couldn't beat a pair of aces on their own. But if you line things up. Not a big blow. But a series of cuts to whittle her down. Then. Tick. Time resumed. The woman turned to the side, idly resting her hand on her sword's hilt. I stepped forward. Magic circles weren't enough. Incantations were too slow. I had been neglecting magic arrays, so that wasn't an option either. Using a sword also wasn't enough. She was better than me. Probably better than Dad too, at least in sheer speed and strength. I hated resorting to it. The point of magic was to create a system of spells that could be replicated. To allow for magicians to advance upon a path by following the steps of their predecessors. But this wasn't the time for considering other people. Direct mana manipulation. Converting the imagination directly into a magical formula through the integration of the complex field. A Laplace transformation that allowed supplemental imaginary elements to add in and account for what the rational components left out. A gust of wind blew my dad away from the combat field. The moment that happened, water flooded the surroundings around me and that woman. An artificial lake formed in an instant and wrapped the two of us in dark water, eliminating light and free movement. But it wasn't enough. That woman was slowed down and I could see shock on her face for a split second because of the light radiating from her silver mana. The fact that I could see that shock even for that split second was good though. It meant I had time to act. But her leg was moving to kick off against the ground. And seeing how much silver mana laced her muscles, I had no doubt that would just take the battle back to ground zero. So the next step. A current. Not just one. Any deviations from her attack vector would be able to be corrected by a single kick. So it had to be continuous. A field of shifting torrents, perpendicular to every movement of her limbs to prevent her from making effective forward motion. The woman slipped. No, she didn't slip. She was knocked off course. And she couldn't find any purchase to regain her balance for an attack. I could see it. Unlike my dad, she specialized in sword god. Strong, fast attacks. Not a fluid and shifting motion. Meaning she couldn't react to this. No. She could. She was reacting to an unknown attack that was meant to bind her. I could see her mana swirling, getting ready to explode around her. It was the correct answer. The solution here was simple if you were that strong. Just smash all the water around you. And in another second, she would do just that. But that was too late. She couldn't reach me, but I could reach her. And 1 second was enough. I reached out my left hand. With the movement, space rippled, distorting as my mana instantly appeared around the woman in a crimson bubble, just like how Silie did. And with that, I imagined it. Hyper-pressurized water. If that wasn't enough, fully charged lightning. If that wasn't enough, an instantaneous vacuum. If not that, a fog of poison. If not that, ripping out the raw iron in her blood with earth mana. If not that, well, I'd find a way. Because kill her. Right. I had to kill her. That was the only way to make sure my family stuck together. To make sure I didn't lose anyone else. To make sure that Norn didn't cry after I carried back my dad's corpse. To make sure that Aisha got a chance to reconcile with Dad instead of treating his death with indifference. To make sure that my mom could live her life and not be trapped in an endless dream. To make sure that Master Roxy didn't die during childbirth because of an unknown viral infection. Wait. A headache. A massive headache. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right with me. Static. For a split second, a glimpse of Dad, slumped against a wall and missing his lower half. No. He was actually there in front of me, staring at me with shock and concern in his eyes. I clutched my head, grabbing at my skull and trying to claw out that foreign presence before it latched onto me anymore. A crack. Something broke. At the same time, I heard a familiar damnable voice echo in my head. TCH. It was worth a shot. But they're too different, huh? Before I could think about it, my dad let out a deep sigh and said, "Sorry, Rudy." Wait dash. A blur. My dad slashing his sheath at the front of my head. No. Not just the front. Also from behind and above. Space breaking for a split second just to accommodate his movement. And then I blacked out. Liv. Are you fine with this, Paul? Ghislaine glanced to the man at her side and said, "Won't your kid hate you after he figures out why you went through all that trouble?" Paul glanced back at his house and then shook his head. "It's better like this." He rested his hand on his sword hilt and said, "Parents should solve their own problems and keep their kids out of it. Besides, with Rudy's temper, I'm pretty sure he would end up committing regicide within the week. Probably by blowing up the entire Azura kingdom." Heh. Ghislaine nodded and said, "That kid really did inherit your stubborn temper. Though it seems like he cares about his dad a lot more than you did." Yeah. Karma's a bitch like that. It was the opposite. As if fate wanted to be funny, instead of going all out to try and get away from his dad, Rudy was doing everything he could to try and keep him there. And while Rudy was still manageable at first, when he was getting desperate at the end there. "Hey, Paul." Ghislaine looked over and said, "Rudy. He's really your kid?" Paul glared at Ghislaine and said, "Are you accusing Zenith of cheating on me?" "No. But..." Ghislaine frowned and said, "I've heard some stories before. Things that drunkard adventurers ramble in taverns. Stories about how malevolent spirits and ghosts sometimes possess infants and take over to get a second chance in life. Paul scoffed. And you believe that? No. But one of those drunkards was Geese. Paul stopped. Ghislaine turned to look at him. That guy mentioned that story? Ghislaine nodded. That guy showed up in Roa a few months back and we shared a couple drinks. Exchanged some fun stories, and that one came up. Also. She glanced back at the house and said, I don't doubt that he's your kid, Paul. But something is wrong with him. You can't see it, but his magical power is completely tangled up. It's like there's 3 different things mixed up inside of him. It's fine. Paul kept walking. Malevolent spirit? Ghost? Paul might have believed it if someone told him about it when Rudy was still a baby. Back then, it was definitely eerie and unnatural how fast he picked things up. But there was no way he could believe it now. And even if it was true, that desperation in Rudy's eyes telling him to not leave. The anger at Ghislaine when he thought she was trying to break up their family. The broiling killing intent and chilling gaze, which stopped the moment Paul stood in front of Rudy. Rudy is Rudy. Whether he's a normal baby, a possessed spirit, or whatever crazy thing. That doesn't change the fact that I'm his dad. And since this is a mess I caused by stupid mistakes I made in the past, it's up to me to fix them. Ghislaine stared at Paul. Paul blinked and tilted his head. What? Master said that it takes more than just instinct to reach the level of a Sword King, but it looks like that doesn't really have to be smarts, huh? Paul laughed. That's rich coming from a musclehead like you. It's because I'm a musclehead that I can say it. I'm a bit jealous. Though. She laughed and said, you were always someone who got stronger when you were showing off for someone else. Heh. Paul looked forward and said, that's right. I've got to set a good example for Rudy now. I'd never forgive myself if he turned into a bastard like me, you know? He's the only decent male Greyrat born in ever. Here's to hoping it stays that way and he doesn't start chasing tail like you did when you were younger. Paul let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, if that happened, Paul was a dead man. He was 100% sure both Zenith and Lilia would kill him for that considering how mad they were already at Rudy so naturally flirting with Sylphie. But that was a later problem. For now. Paul turned serious and said, are you sure Uncle agreed, Ghislaine? Ghislaine shrugged and said, even if he doesn't want to listen, he can't help it if a genius triple sword saint that can tie with a sword king like you has popped up in his family, can he? Paul laughed, but it didn't reach his eyes. Right. So. Let's hope the reappearance of Nodoza's wayward son in the royal court is well received. If not, well. He cracked his neck and said, considering how might makes right over in the Azura Kingdom, if I pile up enough corpses, I should be able to win a noble title and stop that stupid younger brother of mine, right? I thought the point of not bringing your kid was to avoid killing nobles. It was to avoid killing all the nobles. And you're lucky that you spooked Rudy and I caught him off guard. I'm pretty sure I saw him messing around with poisons when he was younger. If he had time to seriously think how to kill you, it might not end well. Especially considering how meticulous he normally is. Are you sure that he's Dash? My kid? Yes. Now let's hurry up. It's cold. You're the idiot who wanted to leave in the middle of night when it's snowing. Which is why we should hurry up. Now, I'll go first. Saying that, Paul shifted forward and then drew his sword, dashing across the plains. Ghislaine sighed and then kicked off the ground to run after Paul. Idiot. You're lucky that I'm fast enough to catch up. Not everyone's a monstrous genius like you and your son. Live. Hidegami is getting reckless in this timeline. But that's inevitable considering his future is severed on every path. A man with silver hair and a billowing white coat floated in the sky above the Fedoa region. The same one who rescued Sylphie. He watched Paul and Ghislaine leave before shifting his gaze over to the Greyrat home. Resting his hand on the crimson sword sheathed at his left side, he muttered, "You have a rough path ahead of you, Rudeus Greyrat. but be patient and work hard. As long as you do, things will work out. Even if Hidegami moves his apostles and tries to disrupt the future dash. A flash of golden light from the distance. The man glanced back before muttering, "It's too soon for this." He drew his blade and then swung it in the air. Space cracked. And when it did, hundreds of crimson lines spread out, tracing out a tree. The same that Sylphie saw before Rudy saved her. It was different now. 3 major branches were missing, making the tree slightly lopsided as if pruned. But countless others remained. The tree shattered, dissolving into shards showing brief scenes. One, showing an older Rudy standing watch at a campfire as a young girl with crimson hair slept behind him. His green eyes sharp, he glanced around the surroundings, clutching a silver staff with a crimson diamond set at the end while a sword was sheathed at his left. Another, showing Rudy as a teenager leading an army of armored soldiers and magicians against the great church of Meles, his green eyes frosty. Another still, showing Rudy as a young man with crimson eyes, laughing amidst a world of ash and rubble. Blood dripped off his gray coat and terrifying creatures of twisted flesh and bone marched behind him. The shards vanished. And when they did, the man was gone. But in his place, another appeared. Golden hair, something that looked like a white student's uniform with a button shirt and long pants. A yellow fox mask covered his face while his right hand held onto a dagger. He paused, floating in the air where the first man just stood. Nothing? Aramanthia the Bright cautiously looked around the surroundings and said, "Lord Perugius is never wrong. To have sensed the demon god's presence in this area twice, it cannot be a mistake or coincidence." But he looked around. There truly is nothing here. No traces of teleportation magic or abnormal mana. Silence. Aramanthia shook his head and then turned back, vanishing in a flash of golden light. The Crimson Dragon Mountain Range. One of the world's most dangerous locations where the sky was continuously filled with swarms of crimson dragons. Each, a monster requiring scores of adventurers to collaborate in order to beat even just one at full strength. But a single man walked across the mountain range. Silver hair, a stern face and a white coat, but one with a dark fur hood wrapping around his neck and attaching to a billowing white cape. He was unarmed. Considering the danger of the surroundings, it appeared to be a suicidal act. But not one of the dragons floating above him dared to attack. Because they knew. While monsters, they were intelligent creatures. And they could tell. The one walking below was an existence that defied the world's common sense. One that no one should fight. The 100th generation dragon god Orsted paused and then looked off into the distance. It was a brief moment. For a few seconds, a familiar presence appeared in the sky over the Fedora region. But it was impossible. Laplace? This early? Orsted frowned and muttered, "Did I change something without my knowledge?" An arrogant young crimson dragon without any sense took his distraction as an opening and dove down from the sky to attack. Orsted didn't even look at it, simply swinging his hand out, instantly turning the dragon into red pulp. "Well, I'll know if I go there." Tucking his hand back beneath his cloak, Orsted continued on his path, heading towards the Fedora region. And time marched on. Chapter 44, Lingering Regrets. I saw it. A familiar but unfamiliar sight. It was a traditional-style funeral. One with an altar bearing an ornate temple and a single portrait in front of it. I couldn't see the face. Glare against the glass prevented me from getting a good look at the person. But I could tell. That person wasn't old. He wasn't young either, but he wasn't an elderly person. At most, he was in his early 30s, but realistically in his late 20s. Buddhist chanting echoed in the background as a crowd of people in black clothing sat before the altar. Most looked apathetic. But there were 5 who weren't. An older man that looked in his 50s knelt down before the altar, his head bowed as tears quietly streamed down his face. An old woman around the same age knelt beside him, quietly patting his back while trying to hold back her own tears. A man sat in the front row of the seats covering his face in shame. On his lap, there was an insurance policy. One with a payout sum reaching 9 digits in yen. A woman shook her head, sobbing as she held onto a clumsily wrapped present and handwritten note card. And a young man, just out of his teenage years, sat there in numb shock, staring down at a shiny new phone while holding a small gift card. Ah! I recognized them. Right. They were my parents and my siblings. And this must be my funeral. A gong echoed through the room. Hey. Dad. It's not like you to cry like that, you know? And you too, Mom. Big bro. You should hold your head up high. You're the one who has to set an example now. And big sis. Sorry, I couldn't get you the fancy bag you wanted back then. I'm glad to see that you got the one I bought though. And little bro. I know how much you like playing games, so I got you a new phone and a gift card. Don't spend it all in one place like I did, alright? No. They couldn't hear me. Even though I spoke up and wanted to tell them, they couldn't hear me. No one could. Right. I remembered this now. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to end things like this, so I stuck around. No, I desperately clung on even while everything started to fade. But something pulled me away. As the last gong echoed and the funeral rites concluded, I was forced out of the building. When I was, the last bits of my memories were ripped away from me. I forgot who I was, who they were, all the memories from this life. But I held on. I didn't want to forget it. The fact that I ended up this way because I kept trying to take shortcuts. The fact that everything fell upon them even at the end. The fact that the only thing I brought my family was misfortune and sorrow. So I fought back. I didn't care what happened to everything else, but that much at least. That much at least I wanted to remember. To not make the same mistake in my next life, whatever it was. And just when I was going to fade into the light far above. Just as I was pulled out over an intersection and towards the sky. A crimson light enveloped my body. And then. Live. Rudy. A quiet and pleading young girl's voice. Wake up, Rudy. Please, wake up. Please. Tick. I gasped and sat up, opening my eyes in a panic. A young girl's face was right in front of mine, her amber eyes glittering with tears. And when she saw me stare at her, she let out a relieved smile before hugging me. Oh, thank Mealies. You're finally awake. Her silver hair tickled my nose, letting off a scent of flowers. Wait. Silver hair? I blinked and then the silver color faded, turning into a beautiful light green color, reminiscent of the grassy fields I lived by. The girl. No, Sylphie. Right. She was Sylphie. Sylphie leaned back and then brushed her tears away, sniffing. I thought that you'd never wake up. Miss Zenith said you were fine, but you just wouldn't. I reached out and patted her head. There. It's fine, Sylphie. I'm fine. Sylphie let out a teary smile and nodded. Okay. If Rudy says he's fine. I laughed and said, really, I'm fine. I guess. I frowned, trying to recall my dream. I guess I was just having a long dream that I didn't want to wake up from. Considering that it happened after Dad hit me in the head with a stick, it was pretty ironic. But I was sure that it wasn't just brain damage. No, I was pretty sure I got some of that. Dad hit me pretty damned hard. Actually, maybe he sent me halfway to heaven again when he did that in order for me to see that dream. But whatever the case. A dream? Sylphie paused. Was it a happy dream? I paused to think about it and then said, I guess you could say it was a happy dream. It wasn't in vain. At the end, I meant something to them. Even though it was twisted. Even though I felt guilty at being happy from seeing their tears. I was glad. Because that meant they cared for someone like me. That my frantic efforts near the end weren't meaningless. Tick. Warm arms wrapped around me. Sylphie. I blinked and then laughed. What's that for, Sylphie? Miss me dash. Promise me that you won't choose a dream over us, Rudy. I froze. Sylphie? No matter how happy the dream is. I'll make sure you're happier here. So, please don't leave again. Please don't disappear. Her tiny arms held me just a bit tighter. As if she was afraid I would disappear if she didn't. Don't worry, Sylphie. I smiled and ruffled her hair. This is my life now. Even if that dream was important. Everyone needs me here. I still regretted it. Because of me, my family had to suffer so much. My parents had high expectations and pride when I was younger, but were forced to lower their heads in shame when I grew older. My older brother was always thought lacking when compared to me, even while he managed to secure a stable job and start up a happy family. My older sister was ignored by my parents, who gave more attention to me and eventually ran off to become a career businesswoman, cutting all ties. And my younger brother was expected to follow in my footsteps as a genius and was put in every sort of program possible to give him a head start, only to fumble through, miserable and anxious. They hated me. No, I thought they hated me. But at the end, it seemed like I managed to make up for the pain I caused just a bit. And that was enough. Knowing that was enough. So, tick. I closed my eyes and muttered, I'm sorry, everyone. But thank you. And goodbye. I said farewell to the life before. This time, for good. As I did, I felt something lighten up a bit inside me. A weight I didn't know I was carrying suddenly lifted. Just kidding. I felt the same, but I did feel a little better about myself. It wasn't like the regret and pain would just disappear in an instant like that. But I was sure that it wouldn't be paralyzing anymore. And that I wouldn't snap again because of it or have it as a weak point able to be exploited like by that bastard being W. Seriously needed to figure out a way to kill him. If that guy was a god, this world didn't need them. Still patting Sylphie's head, I took a look around. It was my room. My sword was propped up against the wall while the worn-out healing primer Mom gave me was resting next to it. And then wrapped around the sword's hilt was Mama Lily's knitted scarf. Just how long was I out anyway? Sylphie leaned back and poked her fingers together. Will. It's fine. I gave her a warm smile and said, you can just tell me. I won't get upset or anything. Are you sure? It might be a bit shocking. I laughed. What? That makes it sound like I was out for like a year or something. I froze. Wait. I was just joking. Why, you can't be serious. What season is it? It's dash. A giggle echoed from outside my door. At the same time, the door opened and a toddler walked in. A cute little girl with blonde hair and bright green eyes. She tilted her head and then pointed at me, a wide smile on her face. Rudy, wakey! She giggled and then ran over to jump on me. Hug! Norn! Where are you going, you little lady? You can't just. My mom walked into the room. She was a little different now. A few gray hairs mixed in with her gold, no doubt from stress. A few more wrinkles on her pretty face. But it was definitely my mom. Covering her mouth with her hands, she slowly walked forward, tears dripping down her cheeks. Rudy? I shifted over the little girl. No, my baby sister Norn. I shifted Norn over to sit on my lap and then looked at my mom. Hi, Mom? Norn giggled and then said, Rudy, wakey. See? She turned back to me and then said, hug. Yeah. I hugged Norn. So, I looked at Sylphie, who was still shifting in place. Then I looked at my mom, who was crying happy tears, At least I hoped they were happy tears. How long was I out again? Tick! Footsteps echoed from the hall outside my room. After that, a familiar calming voice echoed. You have been asleep for over a year and a half now, Rudy. Mama Lily walked into the room, carrying a cute young girl in her arms. One with short red hair and light green eyes. And also someone who shyly looked away from me. Wait. A year and a half. A year and a half? A year and a half? I shifted Norn to the side and then jumped out of my bed, running to the window. My baby sister giggled, thinking that it was funny. But I ignored her. I didn't have the time to think about that. I shoved the curtains to the side and threw open the window. There was no way. No way I just got put out like that for a year and a half. The tree was still outside. The one I grew for my mom. But the last I remembered, it was still covered in snow. Now, it was in full bloom, not a single bit of snow in sight. Not just on the tree, but anywhere around. And more than that, the tree was even taller than it was before. Noticeably taller, meaning that it definitely wasn't just a few months. No. I didn't believe it. Rudy. Sylphie grabbed my hand and said, "Please, calm down, Dash." I'm calm. I'm perfectly calm. There's no way that I wouldn't be calm after waking up after such a nice long nap. In fact, I'm so calm that I'm going to calmly walk to Dad's office and write a letter. After that, I'm going to very calmly pack my bags and dash. And leave before even saying hello to your dear master? Really, I've waited all this time just for you, you know? I froze. A familiar and nostalgic voice. One that I hadn't heard for what seemed like an eternity. Master Roxy's. Crack. Chapter 45, Mana Fusion. Before I could respond to Master Roxy, reality broke down, turning into a black void. Nothingness. But then something appeared. A dark crimson orb, pulsating with energy. Broken shards of a magic circle orbiting around it, written in an indecipherable language. At the same time, a faint silhouette was crouched before it. An old man with a well-trained body. He turned back to look at me, showing a stern and tired expression. After that, he let out a deep sigh and muttered, "Multiverse theory is a bitch. Damned Hidegami." Hidegami? The old man stood up, revealing that he was missing his entire lower half. No, that meant that he didn't stand up, but that he raised himself up with an unknown force. Who the hell are you? Heh. Wouldn't you like to know? But... He turned back to the orb and said, "This way's a dead end. You have 3 left after this. Use them well. I won't be here to pull you back next time." I felt a pain in my chest. Like someone had stabbed me in the heart with a knife and was twisting it around. But I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything about it. My body froze, as if time for me had come to a stop. The old man looked at me for a while longer and then shook his head, sighing. So that's how it could have ended up, huh? If I had picked myself up back then instead of hiding away, maybe dash. Before he could finish talking, crimson light exploded, wiping everything away in red. And then... Live. What a troublesome disciple I have. A nostalgic female voice muttered from nearby. Ha! But what was Paul thinking hitting you in the head like that? It's a good thing that I was patient enough to wait another day before I quit. It would have been bad if I missed his letter and arrived here too late. I knew that voice. No, it was one that I could never forget, and one I just heard a bit ago. At least, one that I thought I heard. Master. Roxy? I tried opening my eyes. But I couldn't see. Rudy? I was lying down, so I sat up. And I felt myself sit up. But everything was still dark. Not only that, but I couldn't feel any mana. Calm down. A pair of slender hands grabbed my shoulders and gently rested me on my back. Leave everything to Master. I took a deep breath and nodded before relaxing. At least, I tried to relax. But what happened? It didn't make sense. One moment, I was fighting Dad and that woman. Ghislaine? One moment I was fighting them, and the next I was suddenly back on Earth seeing my funeral. And after that, I woke up, but it was 1.5 years. I felt a well of panic. How long? Pardon? How long has it been, Master Roxy? I already lost 1.5 years. So much time had already been taken from me. Did I lose more? No, did I lose my sense again? The accident. Was it because of the accident? Was I going to have to repeat all of that? Was I going to have to lay down here and not be able to do anything again? Was I Dash? From what Zenith told me, it's only been about a week. Honestly, both you and your father are so reckless. Him trying to provoke you to get stronger and then you going all out with your mana like that. You do know that mana exhaustion is a thing, even for you, right? Mana exhaustion? Yes. I calmed down a bit. You mean I'm like this because I used too much mana? Well, you tell me. I felt the ground shift. No, since it shifted, I was on a bed. I felt the bed shift, and then after that a delicate hand brushed away the hair on my forehead. For your hair to turn silver like this, you must have tried something incredible. Just what did you do, Rudy? A stern but patient voice. Just like all those years ago, slightly chastising but also probing to find out more. I let out a nervous laugh and said, I might have tried to directly manipulate elements and break space. My memory was a blur near the end there, but I remembered being mad enough to preload a series of scary attacks. And I was using mana directly instead of trying to form it with magic circles or incantations, so... Wait. Master Roxy. Yes, Rudy? I have a dumb question. Roxy sighed and said, how many times do I have to tell you? There are no dumb questions. But it's going to sound really dumb. It's fine. I won't judge you. When you say I've been out for a week, do you mean a week plus 1.5 years, or just a week? Silence. I felt a small wave of panic starting up. And then Roxy sighed. Paul really did hit you too hard in the head if you're getting those mixed up. I felt something warm brush my forehead. The familiar sensation of healing magic. There's no internal injuries. Your mana seems a bit unstable, but that's because it's still recovering. There's a buildup of mana in your eyes, probably what's stopping you from seeing anything. But I've already started draining it with some magic circles, so you should be able to see in a few days once things go back to normal. Though how did that even happen in the first place? Were you attempting to create artificial demon eyes? Or were you just attempting to reinforce your vision? The latter is possible, but the former is risky. If even one thing goes wrong. A rambling tangent. Master Roxy getting sidetracked after finding something interesting. Realizing that and hearing her nostalgic voice, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh! Sorry, Rudy. Seems like your master got too used to talking to herself. I reached up my hand to wave it off, only to accidentally brush against something squishy. Roxy flinched and jumped up. I realized what I touched and coughed. Sorry, Master Roxy. It's fine. You can't see right now, so I'll excuse it. You can't see right? How many fingers am I holding up? You're holding up fingers? Never mind. The bed shifted again, meaning Roxy was sitting next to me. I turned to look at her. Well, where I thought she was and said, Why are you here, Master Roxy? Weren't you going on a trip to improve yourself? Isn't it enough to say that I just wanted to visit my cute disciple? Did Master get lost and somehow wander back here? Master Roxy had always been a bit of an airhead. Even when she was teaching me just now, she had a habit of trailing off into long tangents and ignoring the world around her. I wouldn't put it past her to accidentally loop around or something. Roxy cleared her throat. Lost? Me? Of course not. Master just took a detour around the mountains to explore some magical dungeons. Roxy poked my forehead and said, disrespecting your master already? Seems like you haven't learned much manners since I left. Is it disrespect if it's the truth? Maybe I should just call you Rude instead of Rudy. I laughed. Roxy laughed as well before saying, but no. I really did take a detour around the mountains. For a while, I was exploring the dungeons in the Strife Zone to the east. Then I took a job for a few months as a royal court magician in the Chiron Kingdom. I also tutored a prince there for a little bit, but he was an annoying pervert with absolute no manners who thought way too highly of himself when he wasn't even close to my intelligent, polite, calm, and cute disciple. Seriously, stealing my panties, trying to peep on me when I was showering, running up and trying to grope me. Compared to you who pretended to not see anything when you caught me in the hallway that night, he was the worst. Master Roxy has had it rough? Considering how long she was rambling about that prince, it seemed she had a lot to vent. Wait. He tried harassing you? No, Rudy. We are not going to commit regicide. I wasn't planning to. You would. But relax. I already handled it. Well, my new student handled it. New student? I'll bring you to meet him sometime. He had a very interesting sort of mana around him. Also some fairly decent talent with earth magic. Not as much as you, but he's decent. He makes up for it with an incredible memory for magic circles though. Really now? A guy with mana that Master Roxy found interesting, along with a guy who also had an incredible memory for magic circles. That did sound like an interesting person. Though. You never explained why you're here right now, Master Roxy. I think I heard you talking about a letter Dad sent. Roxy let out a deep sigh. Oh. You heard that, huh? Well, what? Your father is plotting a coup against the Notice family and wanted me to be here to make sure your family is safe in the meanwhile. What? Chapter 46, Plenty of questions, no time at all. Dad was planning to run a coup against the Nodos family? Nodos family? Wait. I frowned and said, who are the Nodos family? They sound important but dash. Footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance, followed by the sound of a door opening. Shortly after that, a familiar female voice called out. Moms. Roxy! I thought I heard Rudy. Is my son finally awake? I blinked and looked towards her. Mom? Rudy! I felt a rush of air and then I was wrapped into a warm hug. My mom held me tight and said, thank Mealies. I was starting to get worried that you would never wake up. She sniffed. I quickly patted her back and said, it's fine, Mom. It was only a week, right? It's not like a year or something. Right. It wasn't that. I still wasn't sure if it was a dream or if I really got pulled back in time after some magic that old man used, but I could still clearly recall it. My mom, her beautiful blonde hair already graying with stress wrinkles on her face. The sheer relief on her face when she saw me awake. I felt my mom pull back. After that, my mom said, this isn't the time to play it cool for Roxy like your dad would. A week is a long time, you know? Even for adventurers, most people are only unconscious for a day or two max. To be out for a week. Ugh! Just what did that stupid father of yours do? My mom stomped and then huffed. Wait. Roxy spoke up and said, you mean other adventurers don't fall unconscious for weeks at a time? I turned towards Roxy and gave her a blank stare. Well, what I thought was a blank stare. I was blind right now, so it probably was pretty authentic. Don't give me that look, Rudy. I heard something faint shift. Probably Master Roxy's hair from shaking her head. My mom let out a deep sigh. Roxy. Why yes, Zenith? You need to take better care of yourself. What would your mother and father think if they knew you were collapsing like that? Especially when you're such a cute girl? It doesn't matter what they'd think. And it was fine. Each time was within a safe environment. Roxy dash. In any case. Roxy turned to look at me, probably. I heard some clothes and hair rustling, so it seemed to be the case. I was explaining to you what your father was doing dash. My mom huffed. That guy. Just what was he thinking? Hitting his son on the head like that while running off to say he was protecting us all. I laughed and said, well, Dad's never been the smartest. Sword genius, yes. A guy who thought through the future consequences of his actions. No. I mean, he knew how to take responsibility for them, but it would definitely be nice if he picked up a bit of foresight. I felt the bed shift beside me before a soft hand ruffled my hair. After that, my mom's voice echoed from my right and said, I know. He's always been rushing off before thinking. But something this big. I wish he would have told us more about it before he left. Stupid Paul, letters only explain so much. I sighed. That definitely sounds like Dad. Roxy spoke up and said, should I continue explaining? Oh. My mom spoke up and said, I'm sorry, Roxy. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's fine. You and Miss Lilia have been worrying for a while now about Rudy, so I understand. I raised my hand and said, before that though. What time is it? Everything was dark and I couldn't sense anything with mana. It was almost like after the accident. Almost, but the only sense I was down was sight, so I managed to not panic. Barely. No, I was definitely feeling a bit of panic starting. But Master Roxy and Mom were here, so I managed to keep it down. My mom spoke up and said, what do you mean, Rudy? It's morning? Is it? Silence. Master Roxy cleared her throat. Zenith dash. Before she could say anything else, I felt a pair of hands grab my cheeks and slowly turn my head. I also felt a presence draw near. By Mealy's. Rudy. Can you not see me? You can't. The hands. No, they were my mom's hands. She dropped them. And then the bed shifted as my mom, probably, stood up. My son is blind. Master Roxy quickly spoke up and said, Zenith. Please calm down dash. My son is blind. How can I remain calm? It's temporary. And it wasn't from Paul. You should know best since you were the one who treated him. Even if he's fine and it's temporary, he's still blind. All of this because of that idiot. Arg, I'm going to kill him. I cleared my throat and said, please don't. I'm sure that Dad dash. And you. Stop protecting your father. I can accept Lilia, but this is unforgivable. Hitting my precious Rudy in the head hard enough to cause blindness. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. And I'll tell Lily too. Ooh, when he gets back. Well. I tried. I heard someone pacing around the room, probably my mom. She paced around and said, honestly. Bringing Geislane along to try and test Rudy and then push him to his limits. He's lucky Rudy woke up. If he was still asleep after today. Dad means well though? My mom let out a deep sigh and then walked back towards me before sitting on the bed next to me. I felt her pull me into a one-arm hug and said, Rudy is too nice. It's okay to get mad at your dad, you know? Oh, don't get me wrong, Mom. I'm mad at him. Saying that he'd explain only if I beat that guy-slaying woman. No, purposefully trying to provoke me like that. Who the hell did he think he was? G***coup? I wasn't some half-alien prodigy who had hidden powers that would suddenly burst forward if I was mad or something like go***in. I wasn't stupid. If he sat down and explained, I would have helped him out. But no. That guy just had to try and be a proper dad for once. Good. My mom patted my head and said, then when you're better, we'll take a trip down to the Citadel of Roa and give your dad a piece of our minds. Roxy spoke up and said, I can't allow that. I turned to look at Master Roxy. Well, where it sounded like she was. I felt the bed shift, so it seemed like my mom was doing the same. And why not, Roxy? If Paul is seriously attempting to overthrow the current head of the Nodos family, you two will be walking into the hornet's nest and create a liability. Well then, Roxy should just come with us. And leave everyone else unprotected? Silence. And then my mom let out a deep sigh. Damn it, Paul. I felt the bed shift again. My mom standing up. After that, I felt her ruffle my hair and said, well then. For now, just rest up, Rudy. Mom will just send Dad an angry letter with laws tomorrow. And a few other letters too. Just to be sure. Try not to be too mad at Dad. Mom will do her best. But this time your dad made a big mistake. Even if it was for the right reasons. She let out another deep sigh, her voice trailing away as she walked off. Honestly, what was he going to do if Roxy missed the letter? Or if Rudy never woke up? Is making sure the Nodos family and Azura Kingdom won't come after us worth it? We could have just moved back to Milie's. Silence. And then Master Roxy spoke up. Her voice hesitant. Rudy doesn't plan on marching out to war anytime soon, do you? Because if you are, I am going to have to restrain you. Even if you are an Emperor-ranked magician, it would be too dangerous. And I don't want my cute disciple dying in vain. I sat back up and frowned. Just how dangerous is it, Master? What is the Nodos family? Ah. I suppose I never explained that properly. You see dash. A door opened in the distance. Shortly after that, a pair of babies crying echoed. Miss Zenith. I think it's time to feed Norn. Sylphie. My apologies, Zenny. But Norn seems to be fussy today. Mama Lily. Roxy was quiet for a bit and then sighed. After that, she ruffled my hair and said, how about we put this off for a little bit? Right now, I think that there are quite a few people who wish to see you. Is my cute baby girl hungry? Here, Mommy's got you. Oh! And let's say good morning to your big brother. He's finally awake, you know? Sylphie gasped. Rudy's awake? Really? Rapid footsteps approached before the door to my room slammed open. Rudy! You're okay. Before I could respond, a pair of thin arms wrapped around me, pulling me into a tight hug. It was familiar. Not long ago, the same thing had happened, at least, something similar. You were asleep for so long, that I thought. I reached over to pat her head, planning to comfort her just like I did before. But I missed. I felt Sylphie lean back. After that, she gasped and said, Rudy. Your eyes. What happened? Is it like your hair? Why are they a different color now? Wait. What do you mean a different color? They're a pretty blue now. What? Master Roxy coughed. I have so many questions. Live in the Citadel of Roa, about a day's ride away from Bina village. Specifically, in the castle housing the region lord and the city's mayor. A small meeting room with ornate wooden benches and a thin table between them. There, Paul stared at a contract lying on the table in front of him, frowning. A glass of wine was set off to the side, untouched. Across the table, a man with reddish-brown hair smiled. Unlike Paul, who was wearing a typical adventurer outfit, the man was dressed in a posh black suit. Philip Boreas Greyrat. Paul's cousin, and the one who gave Paul his job as a knight in the first place. Well? Philip smiled and leaned his arm against the side of the bench, resting his head against his hand. You've had a week to mull it over now. What do you think, cousin? Chapter 47, Contract Between Fathers. Paul frowned and looked up at Philip. Are you sure this is necessary? You heard father. Even though you're strong enough to beat every other Greyrat out there right now, you're lacking political strength. If you march in and start killing people to try and oust Paimon, the royal family won't take kindly to it. In the worst case, they might pull some strings and send the sword god over, you know? Paul's frown deepened. Philip leaned forward and then opened his eyes, staring at Paul. You know how this world works, cousin. Give and take. It's true that we're related, and it's true that you're strong. But strength isn't enough in this world. At least, not at the level you're at. If you were one of the 7 world powers, things would be different. But you're not. He tapped the table and said, but this will change things. If you sign this, we won't just be related. We'll be family. And that gives Boreas a reason to move. Paul crossed his arms. What if I don't want to? What if I decide to just gather forces on my own and go at it alone? Philip leaned back. Well, you can do that. Like my father said, since you've grown enough of a spine to fight back against him, he'll at least stay neutral. But... He narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you can protect everyone like that? Are you confident that you can stop another even like before? Ghislaine says that you're on par with her, but you're still one person. Paul was quiet. That was true. He was just one person. Even if he was strong enough to tie against Ghislaine now, he was far from confident to fight off the entire Azura kingdom. But Rudy wasn't. Paul was sure of it. Given time, Rudy would definitely reach that level. Rudy hated being called a genius, but Paul's son was a monster that could turn the entire world upside down if he had time. Probably literally, considering what he saw the kid experimenting with in his free time. Then there was Silie, who was just as much of a monster. And Roxy, who thankfully got the letter in time. But that meant pulling him into this mess. Instead of letting his son live a normal life like he wanted, it would mean dragging him into a world of backstabbing and death at every turn. No. At this point, that was inevitable. Since Paimon had sent that goon and the people dissatisfied with his rule learned that Paul was a triple sword saint from that night's report, it was only a matter of time. They could leave. Zenith had family back in Milis. Ah. But then that meant Aisha and Lilia couldn't come. Since that place was strictly monogamous, they would be actively shunned and discriminated against. Damn it. Paul grit his teeth. It was because of him. If Paul had trained harder when he was younger, he might be a sword king right now in all the sword styles. Or if he stuck to one, he could be a sword emperor, maybe even a sword god. And if he hadn't so thoroughly gotten rid of his family ties. No, if he had sent even one letter back after he left to check up on his father. Philip gently rested his hands on his lap and said, Come on, cousin. This deal doesn't hurt you at all, you know? It's a win-win. You get our support, and I get to build up a reputation to get a second run at things to be the next head of Boreas. Paul glared at him and said, I'm not someone who's okay with using their children as chess pieces, Philip. I'm not. Philip leaned forward, turning serious as well. You've met my daughter. I don't mind her taking after father, but at this point I'm worried for her future. With this, I can at least have some security. And what about Rudy? What if he doesn't like her? No, how do you know that Eris will like Rudy? Philip hesitated and then said, I don't. But if your son is as brilliant as you are in sword fighting, I'm sure they'll get along fine. And even if they don't, it's fine if it's just on paper. After all, you're like that, aren't you? Married to Zenith, but with that maid on the side? Paul narrowed his eyes. Lilia is not just a maid. She's just as much my wife as Zenith is. Philip stared at Paul. Paul glared back. Philip sighed. You really have changed, huh? Of course. Being a father does that to you. At least. He narrowed his eyes and said, it should. Though it seems my cousin is fine throwing his children to the wind. A fist slammed against the table. Philip's. His normally closed eyes were wide open in fury. You have no idea what that is like, cousin. Unlike you, I had to fight the succession battle. And I lost. I lost, and lost both of my sons to my damned older brother. So don't you dare lecture me on what it's like to be a father. You haven't even tasted a hint of powerlessness yet. Paul was quiet. That was true. He didn't know what it was like to have his children taken away from him. And if that happened, he was sure that he'd snap. But Philip hadn't. Even after all that happened to the guy, he didn't snap or lose his cool. Paul used to think that was just because he was a coward. But in hindsight, I'm sorry. Paul let out a deep sigh and then bowed his head. I'm in the wrong. I didn't think about your circumstances, Philip. Philip paused and then let out a sigh as well. He waved his hand and said, It's fine. And stop that. It's not like you to lower your head, Paul. Paul laughed and then raised his head. That's true. But I'm not above showing respect for people worthy of it. He stared at Philip and said, Plus, you're right. I haven't tasted powerlessness. But I'm also not as strong as you, Philip. I'm not the type to sit by and endure while my family suffers. And even if that means I go down swinging, as long as I know they'll be fine, it's all right. Philip nodded. I'll be sure to tell that to your wife. GRK. You know what I mean. Philip smiled. Yes. I do. It's why I gave you the job, after all. He picked up Paul's untouched glass of wine and started sipping on it. My dear cousin, showing up on my doorsteps and begging me for help because he became a father. I was surprised, you know. He took a sip and said, I heard about you from father. And there were times I envied you for being able to run off like that. If I had even a shred of your talent. I'm sorry. Don't be. Philip sighed and said, That's just how life works. He set the glass down and looked at Paul. We all have our own talents. Yours just happened to be a set that could let you run off alone. Mine. Well, I'm weak. But because I'm weak, I learned how to cut people out from underneath. So. He gave Paul a serious look and said, I'll stop beating around the bush. Since you've gone out of your way to throw your pride away, I'll throw away my pretenses and say it directly. He pushed the paper towards Paul and said, Sign it. I want Eris to have someone she can turn to in case something happens in the future. Just like you, I want to protect my child. And if you do this, we can work together to protect your children as well, since we'll be proper family instead of distant relatives. Paul hesitated. I understand where you're coming from, Philip. I really do. But Paul thought about his son. And he thought about the girls in his son's life. Rudy wasn't aware of it yet, but he already had 2 girls in mind. His smart and cute master Roxy, as well as the sweet and caring Silie. If Paul signed this, that meant the door on that would be shut. Wait. Would it? Paul frowned and carefully reread the contract. Just to double check. This doesn't mean that Rudy has to only have Eris, right? Of course it doesn't. Philip let out an exasperated sigh and said, I know my daughter. And while it'll be a Mealy-sanctioned marriage, it isn't like it's binding to only have a single wife. You would know that better than most, wouldn't you? Besides, my daughter has a bit of a reputation, shall we say? Outsiders would only see it as a negotiated term to have any chance for the contract to go through. And your wife agrees? Philip suddenly looked weary. Hilda. Well, she also wants the best for Eris, but she's become resigned to the way things are. An expression of heartache and regret. Seeing that, Paul subconsciously brushed his pendant. And then he decided. All right. Philip blinked. All right? Paul nodded and held out his hand. If you promise to help me protect my family, I'll promise to help protect yours. And we'll see about taking your sons back from those older brothers of yours too. Philip gave Paul a blank stare. And then he laughed. A genuine, deep laugh that shook his whole body. Hey! Paul frowned and said, I'm trying to be serious here. Philip waved his hand. I know. It's just. He let out a genuine smile and then shook Paul's hand. It's been a while since I've met someone stupid enough to have faith in me. Well, I can say the same thing, so I guess we're both idiots. Must run in the family. Heh. Paul finished the handshake. Philip looked down at the papers and said, then I'll file these for us. I'll leave a copy with you afterwards. Don't I need to sign it? A handshake's enough. Unless you're worried about me betraying you? No. I trust you. Well, I trust you being a proper father at least. Philip stared at Paul and muttered, I see what father was talking about. He really has changed. What was that? Philip waved the papers and said, Don't worry about it, Paul. He stood up and said, Just musing to myself. Paul stood up as well and said, If you say so. But then. He frowned and said, What should I do now? You got a plan on how we're going to do this? Give me a few months. The next major gathering will be in the spring. Father said that we'll head off then if you sign this. In the meanwhile, I suppose you should get acquainted with your daughter-in-law. Right. Right. Paul muttered. Oh crap. Daughter-in-law. How the heck am I going to explain this to Zenith and Lilia? And Rudy? Your problem, not mine. H.A. You don't think that I could dash? Deal's done. Philip! Paul. Oi! Philip cracked a smile and then chuckled. Relax, Paul. I'll help you explain things later. As long as you help me explain to Hilda. You didn't talk to her about this either, did you? Philip cleared his throat. Paul groaned. Whatever. Now, who's the girl that my son's going to marry? Ah. Eris should be training with Ghislaine in the courtyard right now. If you'd follow me. Chapter 48, The Pressure. I froze, suddenly feeling a shiver run down my spine. Rudy? Sylphie called out to me and then pulled me into a hug. Are you cold? Here. I felt something wrap around me. A cloak or a blanket. I couldn't tell exactly what, but it was warm. I looked towards Sylphie. Well, towards where I heard her voice and smiled. Thanks, Sylphie. And no. I just had a weird feeling. It was apparently noon. Since I couldn't see, Sylphie was serving as my eyes and helping me move around. It was a bit embarrassing when I had to use the bathroom earlier, but she thankfully didn't follow me inside. But anyway, we were just sitting in my room now on my bed. Mom and Mama Lily were taking care of Norn and Aisha upstairs with Master Roxy's help. Well, Master Roxy said she wanted to help, but I also heard her mumbling something about testing whether infants naturally had mana sight or could develop them with enough exposure to mana. Hopefully I was just imagining things. It was a neat hypothesis though. I mean, considering the melded senses and my own experience being a baby, it was possible. I didn't think there was anything really special with me anyway in terms of my body. Plus, I did seem to recall Norn and Aisha looking around vaguely in the direction of where some colorful bits of mana floated. But anyway, that meant it was just me and Sylphie together hanging out. The only real change that had happened was that we were inside now instead of playing outside in the snow or at her house. Well, that and the whole me being blind. Doing my best not to dwell on that though. Or the crippling anxiety that being W might be trying stuff in the background that I couldn't see. Or the fear that Dad might be in over his head and end up dead somewhere I couldn't see while trying to protect me. Oh yeah. And those vivid memories of his bisected corpse, a grown-up and teary Norn, as well as an indifferent Aisha kept playing on loop when I wasn't careful. One of the perks of having a photographic memory. When you can't see with your real eyes, your mind's eye takes over. Huzzah! The only thing that was keeping me calm was the knowledge that Master Roxy was around and that she would definitely know if something was off and how to react to it. That, plus the knowledge that everyone I cared about was here with me and were here to support me too. Like Silie. I felt a soft hand grab my right hand before gently rubbing my palm. Are you sure you're okay, Rudy? Do you need me to get you anything? I placed my hands over hers and smiled. It's fine, Silie. Just knowing that you're here with me is enough. Silie was quiet for a bit, probably giving me a happy smile back. That was another thing I was sad about. I couldn't see Silie's cute and happy smiles now. Or my cute baby sisters. Or my cute and smart master. Or my warm and supportive moms. Man. Being blind sucks. No turning blind sucks. It probably wouldn't be too bad if you were born blind since you would get used to it being the norm. But suddenly having a major sense taken away. I thought I was used to it already after the accident, but this was something else. Really wasn't looking forward to going to sleep later. And speaking of sleeping. Silie. Yes, Rudy? I felt my face heat up, but I pushed on and said, do you think you could convince your parents to sleep over? I kind of don't want to be alone at night. I mean, Master Roxy is here, but... Silence. Silie? Of course I will, Rudy. You can count on me. I laughed and then reached around to pull her in for a hug. I missed, but I felt her move into my arm to let me hug her. Hee. You're the best, Silie. No, Rudy's the best. I felt Silie's gentle hands trace my cheeks before tousling my hair. After that, she said, you tried really hard to stop your dad, didn't you? A pang in my chest. The familiar stab of regret. But this was new. The overlapping images of my dad's corpse along with his shocked face as he stood in front of me. Rudy? Silie's concerned voice. I realized that I was trembling. At the same time, I felt some sweat running down the side of my face. I laughed and said, I'm fine, Silie. I guess that being blind is just hitting me harder than I thought. Who knew that missing out on seeing things would make things so weird, right? I mean, it's just like closing your eyes. Except they're always closed. And except that you can see things you don't want to see when you never wanted to see them in the first place, as clear as if your eyes were actually open and dash. A warm hug. After that, a soft pat on my back. It's okay, Rudy. You don't have to pretend with me. A quiet reassurance. I paused. I like you for you. You don't need to be cool or strong, Rudy. I just want you to be happy, okay? So you can cry if you want. I am not going to cry. Sniff. Damn it. Silie patted my back. Okay. Rudy's not crying. She pulled away. I instinctively started to lean towards her, but I pulled myself back. If she noticed, Silie didn't say anything about it. Instead, I heard the pages of a book turning before she said, then should I keep reading? Yes. I'd appreciate that, Silie. I turned to the side and brushed the tears out of my eyes. Okay. Then. The great hero Perugius finally sealed the demon god Laplace away. Unfortunately, despite the sacrifices of the other heroes, that was all that could be done. Even so, it was enough. Like that, the long war against the demons was over and peace returned to the world. But Perugius continues to watch over the world, waiting for the day that Laplace returns. Roaming the world in the Sky Castle Chaos Breaker with his familiars, he continues his long vigil in preparation for the day the demon god arises once more. The sound of a book closing echoed. And then Silie said, and that's the end of the story. Did you like it, Rudy? I frowned and said, I think it's a bad story. What kind of author writes one where all the heroes die and the big bad is only sealed away? Then there's the fact that Perugius is all alone waiting to get revenge for his friends. It's a real story though? Eh? I blinked and then said, "It's real?" "Mmachim. My dad says that it was a while ago, but Perugius is a real person. And the battle is real too. Sometimes, if you look up at the sky, you can even see Chaos Breaker drifting past." Huh. I paused. Wait. Then doesn't that mean that there's a chance that a demon god is just lurking and waiting for a chance to be resurrected? Silence. And then Sylphie said, "Maybe? But it should be fine, right? Rudy's strong, so when you're all grown up, you can be the new hero and help Mr. Perugius." I nodded and said, "I'm definitely going to need to talk with that guy at some point. If there was really a demon god just lurking around in spirit form trying to resurrect while his body was sealed away, then I definitely needed to start making." Wait. Sealed demon god, malevolent spirit. Rudy? Holy crap. Is being W the demon god Laplace? Ah. Wait. That can't be right. Laplace's colors were silver and green. It wasn't white. And being W's mana was a milky, pearly white, not silver or green. Well, maybe it changed after he got wrecked by the heroes? Possible. Except, I faintly remembered being W mentioning Laplace. Right? I think it was the first time he tried something on me. What did he say again? Something like, "You. Laplace? Possible. Can't see. Future. Have to. Right. Something like that." Wait. Rudy. Are you tired? Is something wrong? No. I shook my head. I just had a scary thought. Right. There was no way. I wasn't some reincarnation of a demon god or something. And being W wasn't a reliable source of intel anyway. Not to mention that I didn't even hear everything he was saying. Yeah. It was just coincidence. Maybe he was talking about how the way I was using mana was like a Laplace transform. Definitely it. After all, Laplace was the name of a mathematician too. Not just a demon god. The door opened. With it, noise suddenly re-emerged. The sounds of my baby sisters babbling in the distance. Mama Lily calmly reading a storybook while my mom hummed a tune. The sounds of pots and pans and the smell of savory stew. And then Master Roxy's voice. "Sorry to disturb you too, but lunch will be ready soon." "Thanks, Miss Roxy." Sylphie answered back and then stood up. "Come on, Rudy." I laughed and then stood up as well. "No need to be in a rush, Sylphie. It's not like the food's going anywhere." Sylphie grabbed my hand and started gently leading me forward. "I know. But it sounds like Norn and Aisha are awake now, so let's go say hi." I smiled and followed her lead. Well, if you put it like that, I guess I should show my face, huh? It'd be bad if my cute little sisters didn't recognize their older brother when they grow up. "Rudy." Master Roxy's voice echoed from behind. "You should be careful. You don't want to jinx it, do you?" Good point, Master. You're as insightful as ever. Considering the weird circumstances, that might actually happen. Note to self, think positive. And you still need to learn to hold back on praising girls. Understood, Master. Oh! Sylphie spoke up and said, "Miss Roxy. After this, do you think you could help me with magic? I wanted to try something new and show Rudy, but since he can't see." "Of course. There are a few things I want to test now as well. Especially after seeing how you use magic, Sylphie." "Great! I wanted to test some things out too after seeing your magic." I turned towards Sylphie and Master Roxy. After that, I frowned. Yes, frowned. I definitely wasn't pouting. Definitely not upset that I couldn't see how they were using magic. Nope, not at all. Damn it. Just how much longer am I going to be blind? It's only been a few hours since I've been awake like this and it's already feeling like forever. Definitely need to remember to not try to reinforce my eyes with mana in the future. Or at least, make sure to set up a drainage system first, because this sucked. Chapter 49, Resolve. Nighttime. The lights had gone out, and the Greyrat household was quiet. The same was true for Rudy's room. After a long day, it was time for bed. And since Sylphie's parents let her sleep over, that meant that she was sharing one with Rudy. If it was any other time, Sylphie would have been excited. She had never had a sleepover before, and she would have loved to just chat with her best friend until the morning. Except this wasn't any other time. No. Sylphie. I'm sorry. Don't leave me. Another nightmare. Rudy's face scrunched up in terror and agony, sweat matting his silver hair. At the same time, he started shaking. Seeing that made Sylphie's heart ache. Rudy was always happy and smiling around her. So seeing him terrified and panicked like this made her feel terrible. Especially knowing she couldn't be there with him in those dreams. Even so, that didn't mean she couldn't do anything. Sylphie reached over and pulled Rudy into a hug. At the same time, she leaned his head against her chest like she saw Miss Zenith do in the past to comfort Rudy and said, "It's okay. I'm here. I won't leave you." Silence. For a split second, Rudy tensed. His eyes opened, revealing a flash of bright blue. But then he blinked and then slowly closed them, calming down. In a groggy voice, he muttered, "Thanks, Sylphie." Sylphie smiled. Even if he couldn't see it, she liked to think it'd help him relax. And it seemed to help. Rudy's breathing slowly turned steady and the tension in his body faded. Seeing that, Sylphie leaned back a bit and stared at Rudy's face. He was different now. Different, but the same. His light brown hair had turned a pretty silver color. The beautiful light green eyes were a clear blue for now because of Miss Roxy's magic circles helping them go back to normal. But he was the same as always. He looked a bit different, but he was still the same Rudy. Except he also wasn't. Sylphie didn't know what happened. Her father wouldn't tell her anything even though he knew and seemed really mad recently. Her mother wouldn't say anything either, even though she looked worried. Miss Zenith said that it was just a little training accident. And Miss Lilia said that Rudy would be back to normal soon enough. Even Miss Roxy said that nothing was wrong with Rudy. But something had changed. Mr. Paul was missing and Rudy's mom seemed really mad whenever she brought up Mr. Paul. But at the same time, they also looked exhausted, as if there was something weighing on them too. That meant that something important happened. Was it because of the mean knights that came to the village? Because Mr. Paul fought with them? For a while, it seemed like everything was fine. But Rudy had started getting worried since after that. Did Rudy try something then? Did he talk to Mr. Paul and try to learn what was happening? And then did Mr. Paul not listen, so Rudy tried to beat him up? And lost? That made sense. Knowing her best friend, Rudy must have tried really hard to get answers from Mr. Paul. And since Mr. Paul left, Rudy probably tried really hard to make him stay too. But he lost, and Mr. Paul left him behind. Even if Mr. Paul was really mean to him in their training, Rudy still liked his dad a lot. And Rudy didn't admit it, but he was really happy whenever they were together. So for Mr. Paul to leave him, Rudy must be really sad. Sylphie knew that she would be if her father suddenly left her behind. And she knew from her father telling her that he was really sad when he learned that Grandma suddenly left him behind too. So Sylphie was angry at Mr. Paul. He shouldn't have done that to Rudy. He shouldn't have forced Rudy to stay behind and make him sleep for a week. And he should have seen just how hard and sad Rudy must have been for him to try that much to keep Mr. Paul here. But adults were stupid. They just kept thinking Rudy could do everything. But he wasn't a legendary hero like Perugius. And even people like that couldn't do everything. Sylphie sighed and brushed a strand of Rudy's silver hair out of his eyes. "It's not fair, Rudy. He worked so hard. Out of everyone, he was the person who worried the most. He saw how the adults weren't taking things seriously or couldn't do the things he could and tried to make things work. He wanted to just keep playing and having fun, but since he was the one who was the strongest with magic, when things happened he was the one who had to fix things. And he didn't tell anyone. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was afraid. He didn't want them to worry. He didn't want anyone else to be afraid too. But that wasn't fair. Sylphie pouted her lips and said, "I want you to rely on me too, Rudy." Rudy was her best friend. He didn't just save her, but he took her out and showed her how pretty and kind the world could be. He gave her the strength to stand on her own 2 feet and made her feel like she could be her own hero. And he made every day super fun and happy. But he gave her too much. Even while he was worried, he put on that fake smile and tried to trick her into thinking everything was fine. That he was completely okay. Even now when he couldn't even see anything, he was putting on that bright smile and carefree attitude. But he didn't notice it. Because he couldn't see anymore, Rudy was a bit more honest, even if wasn't aware. There were times when his confident mask completely shattered and he looked scared. There were times when he started to panic because he thought nobody was around. And there were times when he looked lost and confused. Like nothing made sense. Sylphie didn't know what it was like. She could imagine it a bit by closing her eyes, but she knew that when she opened them, she could see again. But right now, Rudy couldn't do that. Even when his eyes were wide open, he couldn't see anything. And it wasn't him playing a trick either. She had secretly tested it a few times by getting really close to his face when he was looking around. That, and he was a lot clumsier than normal. So Rudy was terrified. He was probably feeling like Sylphie did when she was lost in the forest. Unable to see where she was. Not knowing what to do. Wondering just what happened to lead up to this. In that case. Sylphie quietly stared at Rudy and then nodded. Reaching down to his hand, she grabbed it with both of hers and placed it against her chest. "Don't worry, Rudy. I'll become strong for you. I won't let you be the only one people rely on. So lean on me a bit in the future, okay? It's fine to pretend to be strong around other people, but let me be strong for you when you feel weak." A quiet vow. After saying it, Sylphie felt her face heat up. But Rudy didn't respond. Fast asleep, he didn't hear Sylphie's words. Seeing that, Sylphie let out a slightly regretful sigh. But she put on a soft smile and then nuzzled close to Rudy. Feeling his warmth next to her, she closed her eyes and then drifted off to sleep. As she did, faint thoughts flickered through her mind. Dreams slowly blending with reality. Standing back to back with Rudy, her wand in hand as they faced off against an army of knights. Miss Roxy supporting them from behind while she and Rudy ran forward to fight. That would be nice. Chapter 50, Young Lady's Anger. Heiress Boreas Greyrat. The favored granddaughter of Lord Sorrows, the only child between Philip and Hilda to still remain with them in the citadel of Roa, and now the betrothed of one Rudeus Greyrat. Well, a soon-to-be Rudeus Nodo's Greyrat. Which meant that Eris would soon be Heiress Nodo's Greyrat as well in a few years. That was what Eris learned last night after her pathetic father walked with the strange man. Apparently, she didn't have to bother with her lessons anymore. She didn't have to deal with the stupid math or whatever. She also didn't have to do that boring etiquette with Idona anymore. That was great! Except, she was apparently going to be married to some kid called Rudy. And the strange man she met yesterday who knew Ghislaine was going to be her new father in the future too. Or something. She didn't understand everything because it was too complicated, but Eris could figure out 2 things. First, she could spend all her time practicing sword fighting with Ghislaine now. Second, she was apparently going to belong to some boy in the future and have to leave home. Some kid that she didn't even meet who was younger than her by a couple of years. Like she would let that happen. It was already late when she met that man. Paul or something. She didn't remember. But because it was late, Eris didn't do anything. But the first thing she did when she woke up was march up to Grandpa's office. Eris kicked open the door to the office and crossed her arms. "Grandpa! Why do I have to marry some dumb kid?" Sorrows paused in the middle of writing a letter and then looked over, narrowing his eyes. Eris instinctively flinched. A stern and harsh face that only softened when he was taking Eris around with him. Black and white hair slicked back and carefully controlled. A sharp suit with medals and badges adorning it. Lord Sorrows Boreas Greyrat. The head of the Boreas family, one of the 4 noble houses of the Greyrat family that had served the Azura Kingdom for eons. Usually, he relaxed when Eris came in. Usually, he laughed at her, mimicking his usual actions. But today he was serious. As serious as he was to other people. "Gee, Grandpa?" Eris frowned and lowered her arms. Sorrows sighed and shook his head, for a moment looking soft. Completely different from his usual self. But then his eyes hardened and he stood up. "Eris!" Eris straightened. "Why, yes, Grandpa. The betrothal contract is final. If you want to annul it, then go solve it with your own hands. If you don't have that strength, don't bother coming to ask me." "Gee, Grandpa?" This was different. Grandpa usually gave whatever she asked for. But Eris shook her head and said, "I don't want to. I'm not a toy to be given away. Are you just going to let my weak father do what he wants?" "Weak?" "Humph." Sorrows waved his hand and said, "If that's what you see, then there's no point talking." Eris stepped forward. "Grandash." "Leave!" Sorrows pointed at the door, glaring at Eris. She flinched, gritting her teeth. But then she bowed her head, muttering, "Yes, Grandpa." With that, she stepped back and quietly closed the door behind her. She also quietly walked down the stairs. But the moment that she reached the first floor, she stomped on the ground and screamed. "It's not fair. Why do I have to listen to some stranger and belong to some weak kid?" At that time, a low chuckle echoed from behind her. Eris spun around and then glared at the person, raising her fist. But then she paused. It was him. That strange man that showed up with her weak father the other day. If Eris was being honest, he looked pretty strong. Unlike her pathetic father, the man had a lot of muscles like Grandpa. He also carried a sword around with him everywhere, and Ghislaine seemed to respect him. But his face, stupid brown hair tied in a ponytail, and green eyes just made Eris want to punch him. The man, Paul, walked over to Eris and waved his hand. "Yo! How's my future daughter-in-law doing?" TCH. Eris ignored him and started walking towards the courtyard. "Ooh, doing some neglect play, huh? Fine, fine. It's probably going to be something I'm experiencing a lot in the future anyway." A grating and arrogant voice. Annoying. For some reason, it reminded Eris of her father. Was that why he was going to be her father-in-law or whatever? Because he was similar to her father? Anyway. We're strangers right now, but we'll be family soon enough. Wait. That's creepy. Paul frowned and said, "Makes me sound like I'm going to kidnap you or something." Eris glared at Paul and then looked away, continuing her march to the courtyard. It wasn't like he was going to kidnap her. From what she understood, he was kidnapping her. And Grandpa let him. Just because he showed up and talked with Grandpa and her father. Eris grit her teeth and then kicked open the doors to the courtyard. Some maids just behind the doors leapt away in fright. After that, they dropped whatever chores they were doing and sprinted off. Paul whistled and said, "I saw that you were feisty, but I didn't think you were this fiery." Eris ignored him. The man wasn't important anyway. Instead, she focused on the only person in the courtyard who didn't move. Leaning against a pillar supporting the courtyard overhangs, a busty woman with tan skin and silver hair waited. A black eye patch covered her right eye while a crimson sword hung at her left side. There were a pair of wooden swords leaning on the pillar nearby as well, the usual for their morning lessons. And like usual, Ghislaine wore her fur coat, which reminded Eris that she forgot to bring hers. The courtyard was covered in a fresh layer of snow. And it was cold too. But if she went back, that man would probably laugh at her again. And Eris would rather be cold than have to deal with that idiot. So instead, she ignored the cold wind nipping at her and called out, "Ghys. Morning, Ghislaine." Eris froze, glaring at Paul. This time, Paul ignored her, walking forward. "I didn't take you for a morning person." Ghislaine cracked her left eye open and said, "And I didn't take you for one either, Paul." Paul laughed and said, "Yeah. Well, I figured I'd be getting an angry letter any day now, so I wanted to be up to grab it." "Heh. Already preparing to apologize to your wives, huh?" "Hey, it's necessary. Keep telling yourself that. And get ready for that kid of yours to smack you in the face." Paul winced. "Uh-huh. Yeah. That's going to be an interesting conversation." Eris looked between Paul and Ghislaine and then stomped her foot. "Stop hogging, Ghislaine, you creep." "Coo!" Paul stepped back and clutched his chest. "See, creep?" Ghislaine laughed. "Seems like your future daughter-in-law saw through to your nature, Paul." "I am not a creep. Anymore." Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. "Anymore?" Paul coughed. "Long story." Eris growled and then walked up to Ghislaine, tugging her arm. "Ghislaine, teach me." Ghislaine smiled and pushed off from the pillar. "Well." She looked at Paul and said, "Seems like I'm going to be busy now, Paul. We can chat later." Paul frowned and said, "Is a musclehead like you even capable of teaching someone?" Ghislaine's eye twitched. As for Eris, "Don't make fun of Ghislaine." The moment that Paul finished talking, she jumped forward and threw a punch at Paul's head. Oh ho! It missed. Paul stepped back, easily dodging Eris's blow. She grit her teeth and then ran over to the pillar, grabbing one of the wooden swords leaning against it. After that, she kicked off the ground, swinging the sword at Paul's shins. "Pretty vicious, aiming for my shins like that." It missed. No, Eris felt her sword brush against the man's legs, but they didn't connect. Instead, the man vanished. No, if he wasn't in front of her, then dash. Eris's eyes widened and she quickly spun around, pointing her sword in front of her. Paul hummed, rubbing his chin. "Not bad." He glanced at Ghislaine and said, "How long have you been teaching her?" Eris stomped on the ground and said, "Stop ignoring me." She growled and leaped forward again, swinging her sword again. This time for sure. That Paul guy was fast, but if she aimed for his chest, there was no way he could. Whoopsie daisy. Getting a bit too close there. A faint blur. The man's hand moving forward and then lightly tapping Eris's sword. And suddenly Eris was stumbling off to the side, missing while the man hadn't taken a single step. Eris spun around and growled. Paul tilted his head. "A bit like a rabid dog. Seems like you found a good student, Ghislaine. She's just like you in the old days. All muscle, no brains." "Well, I guess right now she's not even muscle." Eris stomped on the ground and then looked at Ghislaine. She pointed her sword at Paul and said, "Why aren't you doing anything, Ghislaine? I thought you said I was your student." Ghislaine nodded. "You are. But this is a good learning experience." She glanced at Paul and her eye twitched. This man's a master at breaking someone's composure. Try to land a hit on him if you can. Who? That's a good idea. Paul nodded and said, "Even Rudy hasn't done that yet. If Eris manages it, I can say that he lost to a girl." "Here." Paul leaned forward and said, "You get 1 hour. Try to smack me dash." A brown blur. Eris whipping her sword at Paul's face. But it missed. "Ha! Nice try, but Rudy's done that 100 times already." Eris growled and then grabbed the other wooden sword next to Ghislaine. "Shut up. You're annoying. Paul grinned. So I'm told. But come on. He glanced at Ghislaine and said, I need to get in some training too, so I'll take over for your teacher here today. I don't want you to teach me. Well, to borrow something that Rudy would say. It sucks to sue. Eris kicked off the ground and swung her sword at Paul's head. It missed. Paul did some fancy footwork and was suddenly on the other side of the courtyard. But then he paused and stared at Eris. Huh? Are you not chasing me? Rudy would have done a follow-up / Stop talking about that guy. Eris roared and ran after Paul, her sword raised high. Paul laughed. That's the spirit. Eris stomped on the ground and kicked off to / again. And once more, Paul was suddenly far away. Stop running! Oh, sorry about that. Paul sincerely apologized and then rested his left hand on his sword. Keep forgetting that normal kids can't suddenly clear a courtyard in a single kick. Ghislaine sighed and said, Just what kind of monster is your kid again? Paul walked towards Eris and laughed. One who I need to really apologize to later, and also get ready to get beaten up by. Eris ran forward, violently swinging her sword as fast as she could. But she missed. Each time, it looked like Eris hit him. Yet she didn't feel anything on her sword. Eris growled and said, Stop playing around. Well, get serious and hit me then. I hate you. Join the queue. Eris screamed and ran forward again, swinging her sword. Paul yawned and then placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought. I wonder how Rudy's doing. I hope I didn't hit him in the head too hard. Ghislaine gave Paul a blank stare and said, You hit him with a combined flow and longsword of silence. I'm surprised that he survived that. Paul coughed, casually dodging another of Eris's blows. I made sure to hold back. Besides, Rudy's a tough kid. I've hit him with a lot worse in the past. Are you sure that you're human, Paul? I thought your people were supposed to cherish children. Paul ducked under one of Eris's slashes and said, We do. And I cherish Rudy a lot. But I also know what he's capable of. And he's a lot stronger than me, you know? He leaned back, dodging Eris as she charged at him. I say give him like 2 more years and he'll be better than me in sword fighting. After all, unlike his old man, Rudy is smart and thinks over things a lot. Stay still. Eris screamed and swung her sword again. Paul stepped back, suddenly clearing a gap. Whoops! Did it again. Eris let out a strangled cry and threw her sword at him. Paul grabbed it and laughed. Good effort. But I think you should stick with Sword God, Eri. It's Eris. Sure, Eri. I hate you. Again, get in line. Ghislaine sighed. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and with that being said, let the tale begin.